On 14th of January, my lord, I mentioned two matters, my lord, with regard to upgradation. These matters revert back to the post of from priority teacher, my lord. Your lordship picked these two matters. On tomorrow, my lord, that to be mentioned, my lord. Subsequent to that, my lord, I have also filed two matters, my lord. It will take only 1 minute. Kindly allow these two matters to appear with along.
When is the list given? When is the date given?
Definitely last week, my lord. It is going to appear on the last week.
Now list করবে, not tomorrow.
Allow it to do, but it take only 1 minute. But similar order. 4 matters will be covered by the same order.
Notice.
This is the notice, man.
May I forget to mention a matter, your lordship, for extension of interim order, your lordship. Your lordship, as per the last direction, your lordship, this matter was fixed on 22nd of January, your lordship. On 22nd of January, this matter was running as item number 48, your lordship. But this week is not in list, your lordship. On 31st of January, day after tomorrow, the interim order will expire, your lordship. Kindly take it on tomorrow, your lordship.
ঠিক আছে, এটাকে এক্সটেনশন অফ ইন্টারিম অর্ডারে কবে 31st অব্দি আছে, এন্ড অফ জানুয়ারি আছে তো, কালকেই থাকছেন। হ্যাঁ, কালকে দিই 20, কালকে কত তারিখ, 30th হবে না, কালকে দিয়ে দিই। কালকে
Tomorrow, lordship.
Lordship,
Grateful, lordship.
Lordship, may I permit it? One matter from item number 1355 of Lordship monthly list, Lordship. The matter was supposed to come on 3 weeks after 3rd November. The last order was 3rd November 2025. And the matter was supposed to come on 24th November 2025. But the matter was not there in the list. And moreover, Lordship, the urgency is the petitioner is now 56 years of age. He was qualified.
What is?
Lordship, kindly fix.
What is the matter?
Lordship, the matter is related to upper primary SLST 2016. He was a qualified candidate, but he was refused to take interview.
Insurance list code. No upgradation right now.
Lordship, may I permit it to mention for upgradation there's urgency, your lordship. It's a transfer matter of a head teacher, and the urgency is that a head teachers panel has already started to be formed, your lordship.
Head teachers?
Panel. The panel for head teachers of primary school, it has already started to be formed, your lordship. Hence,
Who is on the other side?
lordship, I have to determine. So I'll give a notice immediately, your lordship.
Next. Notice and come back. Give a notice and come back.
Lordship, may I be allowed to mention one matter, Your Lordship? The matter pertains, Your Lordship, that petitioners is the assistant teachers whose salary has been, Your Lordship, stopped due to some unknown reason, Your Lordship. The reason that was not furnished by the Your Lordship, the authority. Since, Your Lordship, on the first week of January, the matter was listed as an item number 30. To Your Lordship, but that was not taken up due to the paucity of the time. But Your Lordship, on the next week, Your Lordship, the Friday, the matter is supposed to be taken up. So kindly, Your Lordship, can it be taken up tomorrow? At Your Lordship, kindly give me preference to the application.
In the list, we'll go serial. Yes.
May I permit to mention a matter for correction, Your Lordship?
What is the order?
This order passed by the Honorable Justice Mr. Om Narayan Rai. This matter, this order is passed by.
ওখানে মেনশন করতে পারো।
Please, my lord.
Determine.
Mention before the court which has passed the order.
May please, my lord.
Yes.
I am for the petition.
My lord, may please, my lord.
This is for the correction, my lord. My lordship, kindly see. This is the inter-district transfer, my lord. The application was pending before the Secretary of the West Bengal Board of Primary Education.
GC.
Paragraph number 9, my lord.
Inter-district.
Yes, my lord. The application was pending before the Secretary of the West Bengal Board of Madrasa Education.
From which district to which district?
Like, kindly see the paragraph number 3, my lords. Last paragraph.
Personal recommendations. Presently, you are in which district?
Presently,
South
I am
to Bishnu. South
Presently, I am
24 Parganas.
Yes, madam.
Now you have Made representation for your transfer to which place?
Hooghly,
Hooghly.
my lord. Malda also is not the party here.
The secretary, yes. Direction কাকে দিল?
Respond number 2.
Secretary হবে গো। In this matter is appearing under the heading to be mentioned. Para inadvertent typographical error has crept into paragraph number 9 in the third line, wherein the chairman, district primary school, council Malda, respond number 4, is directed to consider the representation of the petitioner dated 1st April 2025 instead of secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, respondent number 2. The chairman, district primary school, acha, Malda, respond number 4, be read as secretary of West Bengal Board of. The order is modified to the above extent. The other portions of the order shall remain unaltered. This order shall form part of order dated 15 January 2026.
Wait,
I'm for the state lodge.
My, my lord, I crave leave to mention a matter, my lord.
Wait, on the other side, wait. তো তুই আর বলবি আবার তারপরে কি করবে তুই রিপ্লাই দিবি
reply. Not now, sir. The list has been taken up now.
I'm extremely sorry to bother, my lord. My
Not
lord,
now.
the matter was extremely urgent.
Not now, sir.
May I be allowed to mention on rising, my lord?
No, we have taken up the list now. Yes.
No, my lord, this is a matter, my lord. My learned friend has concluded his argument on the point that the rule of 2002 cannot be applied in respect of intra-school transfer. This should be confined to inter-school transfer. This is Todomar Guru. Now, my lord, the first round of litigation at page 30, my lord, I will be very concise on the point of law only. Page 30, my lord, this is the first order passed by this honorable court at page 30, 21st May 2024. My lord, relief was not granted. By holding, your lordship will find that
You
May
are referring
place
to
it,
page
your
number 30 of which writ petition?
পূর্বাদাম
পূর্বাদাম কারণ অনেক কটা
that
আছে
is
নাকি
হ্যাঁ একসঙ্গে তো 5টা আছে
ও আচ্ছা।
Is
WPA
28510.
my lord I am giving the number
28510 টা দিন।
28510
এই একই পয়েন্ট অফ ল সবগুলো 3 বল
ওকে আছি যখন চলে যাচ্ছে ঠিক আছে হাতে নিয়ে নিচ্ছি
মানে page 30.
Yes, 30.
Lord, may I place it? The petitioner seeks inter-district transfer on the ground of distance from Alipurduar to Purulia. It is also submitted that the petitioner is unmarried, feels insecure to work in Coach Bihar. Admittedly, the petitioner has not completed 5 years of service of her posting. Learned counsel for the petitioner submits that the amendment rule 2002 effected by the notification dated 17 September 2021 to the West Bengal primary education transfer of teachers, including head teachers rules 2002, read with rule 1-2 thereof, should indicate that 5 years bar does not apply to intra-district transfer of primary teachers. This court has carefully considered the 2002 rules, its amendment in question, and the Act of 9 and has heard counsel for the parties. It appears, firstly, that the West Bengal Board of Primary Education Act 1973 and Rule 19(1) K authorizes the board to transfer any teacher within jurisdiction of one DPSC to another. This is the general power of transfer which is conferred exclusively on the board. Such transfer is a power given to the board to transfer any teacher on its own motion from one DPSC to another for administrative exigence. The said rule therefore cannot be invoked by the petitioner. Rule 8 of the Rules 2002 at Rule 28 permit inter-council transfer on application by teacher. By the amendment dated 13 September 2021, however, Rule 8 has been substituted to the effect that rules applicable to intra-school transfer under Rule shall mutatis mutandis apply to inter-council transfer by the teachers. Rule 6 of the 2002 rules prescribe that the teacher cannot seek transfer before completion of 5 years after posting in a school. Such posting can be both for the first one or one upon transfer. In view of the position indicated herein above, this court is of the unequivocal view that whether the transfer is applied intra or inter-district, the 5 years bar and other bars like before completion of 5 years after obtaining transfer, etc., continue to apply. The argument of Mr. Charia, learned counsel for the petitioner, the rules as above applied only to online transfer also cannot be accepted. Admittedly, the portal of ON is closed since October 2023. The court is of the view that the online is a mere facility for ease of application and for consideration of the same by the respondents. The rules as interpreted above cover both the offline and online application. In view of the matter, no relief can be granted to the petitioner dismissed. Now, appeal was preferred against this order of the Honorable Single Judge at page 34. May place it to your losses. Though there is no reflection of any provision putting a restriction and oblique or embargo of 5 years in seeking transfer, yet it can be reasonably inferred that what weighed to the single judge was Rule 6 of the West Bengal Primary Education Transfer of Teacher, including Head Teachers Rule 2002. Rule 6 of the said rules is explicit that no teacher shall be eligible to apply for transfer for a period of 5 years from the date of transfer, which according to the learned advocate for the board is extended to 7 years. Such being the undisputed facts discerned in the course of hearing, the first and foremost point which arose before us, whether such rule has any manner of applicability in the facts of the instant case. The said rule is promulgated in exercise of powers conferred under clause K of subsection 2 of 10106 of the Act, containing exhaustive provision relating to transfer of teachers, including head teacher. Sub-rule 2 of Rule 1 of the said rules clearly indicates that the said rule shall apply to teachers, including the head teachers, for the purpose of transfer from one primary school to another within the jurisdiction of council. It is explicit from the aforesaid provisions that the aforesaid rule has its applicability to a transfer from one primary school to another within the territorial jurisdiction of the respective primary school council and does not expand its horizon to a case of transfer from one territorial jurisdiction of a council to another territorial jurisdiction of a council. The aforesaid provisions appears to have been overlooked. Had those been brought to the notice of the single judge, probably the said order would not have been passed. It is no longer res intriga. The moment the subordinate legislation or the substantive legislation is promulgated to operate within a limited contour, its operation cannot transgress such limit, but has its applicability within such limited sphere. The stand of the council that embargo of 5 or 7 years is created in processing an application does not appear to be in consonance with the law applicable in this regard. Our attention is drawn to section 19, subsection 1 of clause K of the West Bengal Primary Education Act 1973, being the repository of the powers and functions of the board, including the power to transfer any teacher or non-teaching staff from a primary school within the jurisdiction of one primary school to a primary school within the jurisdiction of another primary school council. Such power is vested upon the board in case the transfer is sought from one zone to another, or in other words, from the primary school situated under one primary council to another primary school council. And therefore, in such situation, the respective primary council does not have any powers or jurisdiction to deal with such application for transfer. The executive instructions in the form of principles and procedure to process the said application is also subsequently notified by the Secretary of the Board via notification of 1991. It contains an exhaustive provision relating to the principles and procedures to be adopted on an application taken out by the teaching or non-teaching staff of a primary school seeking transfer from a primary school situated within the jurisdiction of one primary council to a school situated within the jurisdiction of another primary school. It does not contain any embargo like the one appearing in the said rules, and therefore the order assailed in the instant appeal based upon the said rules, which lacks its applicability to the facts of the instant case, is unsustainable. The impugned order is thus set aside. The board, the secretary of the board is directed to consider the said application in the light of the notification dated November 2019 as amended from time to time, and conscious decision shall be taken within 4 weeks from the date of communication of this order. Therefore, my lord, the ratio of this judgment of the division bench that transfer rules 2002 is applicable to inter-council transfer, not intra-council. Between two council, it is not applicable. This is applicable within the council, one council between two schools, from one school to another school. And in case of intra-council, my lord, board has to follow 91 government order published in consonance with 19 subsection 1 clause K. This is the class. Now, my lord, thereafter, my lord, the board considered and your losses. I am not taking off it, page 61 in its entirety. Board has given its reason. Board, my lord, passed an order in consonance with rules 2002. Your losses will find, hence perusing page 62. Hence perusing all information, records, annexure of the instant petition, submission of the petitioner appellant at the time of hearing, relevant rules and government orders, the payer of the petitioner for a transfer to a school near to a residence is hereby considered in compliance with the judgment of the Honorable Division Bench in the instant appeal petition, but summarily rejected since the transfer is in contravention of the rules of 2002 and its amendment. Kindly take note of that, my lord, dated 13th September 2021. Moreover, the transfer of the petitioner is not permitted in respect of norms of standards of a school as depicted in the schedule of the right of the children to free and compulsory act regarding PTR issue. No relief can be. My lord, I am not right now going to PTR issue. I am only on the point of law, that whether this transfer can be considered under the transfer rules of 2002 as amended up to date. Lord, this is amended, my lord, in 13th September 2021. Entire application, everything after that. Now, your losses, before that, my lord, kindly take into consideration the rule itself. Lord, if your losses kindly take up the spiral. Page 141.
Yes.
Now, my lord, kindly see, this was a transfer rule in exercise of the power conferred by subsection 1 clause K of subsection 2 of 106 of the Act. Then, your lordships, these rules, my lord, before that, my lord, may I take your lordships to the Act itself, section 106 of the Act. But your lordships will be getting it. I just give you lordships. Act, West Bengal Primary Education Act. Just a minute, I give you. That provision also should be. 2003 Act is here. No, Act nahi hota hai. Demo de shudu nurse. I'm just, my lord, subsequently I will show to your lordship rules. Let me proceed, your lordship. Act purpose.
Lordship, your lordship can, বলে দিই। Your lordship kindly take education manual volume 1 page ওটাই বলে দিচ্ছি আর কি।
দে আমাকে দে,
আমার কাছে একটাই আছে।
একটাই আছে, দেন আমাকে, আবার তোকে দিয়ে দেবো, আমি কি নিয়ে যাবো নাকি?
Page number?
106
Page number?
89.
Yes.
Now your lordships, power of state government to make rules. Subsection 1. The state government may, after previous application, make rules for carrying out the purposes of this act. It's a very wide power, legislative competence is there. This cannot be denied. Then your lordships, subsection 2K, clause K. Subsection 2, clause K, your lordships kindly consider.
Yes.
K. Any other matter which may be or is required to be prescribed. Any other matter, if the Act provides. Now your lordships kindly consider section 19 of the Act. Just a minute. 19. হ্যাঁ দাঁড়া 19 বার করি এই তো মানে page 19 19. I will be requesting your lordships, section 19 has to be read with 106. Section 9, powers and functions of the board. Subject to subsection 1, subject to any general or special orders of the state government, the provisions of this act and any rules made thereunder. The board shall have generally the power to guide, supervise, or control primary education, including primary teachers training, and in particular the power, kindly come to clause K, to transfer any teacher or non-teaching staff from a primary school within the jurisdiction of one primary school to a primary school within the jurisdiction of another primary school council. So board has the basic power under the rules, fundamental power. Normally rules are framed to carry out the purposes of the act. This is the power, but how this is to be exercised, that is prescribed by the rules. Otherwise, there will be a tyrant attitude on the part of the authorities also, unless there is any guidelines by way of rules, statutory rules. So this rule, my lord, 19K, 1K, my lord, first subsection 1 and my lord 2K. If your lordships read with subsection 1 of 106, I just place it, your lordships. The state government may, after previous publication, make rules for carrying out the purpose of this act. What is the purpose of the act? The power of the board to transfer from one teacher from one primary school under a jurisdiction of council to another primary school of another council. This is the purpose. So this purpose has to be carried out by what? The rule has been framed.
Okay.
This is the object of the rule. Now your lordships kindly see. My lord, short title and application of the rules. These rules may be called the West Bengal Primary Education Transfer of Teachers, including Head Teachers Rule 2002.
Yes.
Now this must be Honorable Division Bench, my lord, bank upon my lord, Sub Rule 2. These rules shall apply to teachers, including head teacher, for the purpose of transfer from one primary school to another within the jurisdiction of a council. This was the my learned friend submissions probably before the division bench, and view of the division bench. The applicability of these rules is confined to the council only, not to the intra-council transfer to be made by the board. But what your lordships, this is short title and application. This is under the heading of title and application of the rules. But my humble submission would be with your lordships, by taking your lordships to the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court. What is the relevancy of the title in interpreting the rules? How much? How far? And how the application of the rules to be considered only on the basis of the title and the application mentioned, or in context of the entirety of the and the provisions of the act. That's why I have taken, my lord, your lords, I have given pain to your lordships to consider section 19(1), K, 1 and 2K and 106. These rule for the purpose of carrying out the purpose of 100, 19, 1 and 2K. Now, your lordships, this rule itself, has a provision. Now, kindly consider Rule 8, inter-council transfer. In case of inter-council transfer, the council shall follow the principles and procedures of the board in accordance with the provisions conferred by clause K of subsection 1 of section 19 of the Act. Well, this has been totally amended. But before that, your lordships, that procedure, 91. Now, your lordships kindly come to page 137 of the spiral binding. দেওয়া আছে এটা রেগুলার যশোরকে ডিস্টার্ব করি আমরা তো বোর্ডের মামলায় তো হবে না this was published 2nd November 1991, even before the rule came into force. But your losses will find, Rule 8, unamended Rule 8, as I have placed before lordship, page 143, makes at least some reference by saying follow the principles and procedures of the board. So this is the procedure of the principles of the procedure of the board. This was of 1991. How to be, power of the board under section 19(1) and subsection 2K to be exercised. Detailed procedure. I need not go into this. For the reason, because this is no longer a procedure because of the amendment of the rule itself. That I am taking to your lordships, the amendment of the rules at page 145. Right? Its amendment, your lordships, kindly consider. Whereas 13th September 2021, whereas the draft notification to amend the West Bengal Primary Education Rules 2002 was published by notification dated 28th July 2021 in the Calcutta Gazette, inviting objections and suggestions from all persons likely to be affected thereby. And then, after considering objections, suggestions, Governor is hereby pleased to make with effect the following amendments in the West Bengal Primary Education. Your lordships will find Rule 3 substituted. Rule 5, your lordships will find the reference in the division bench judgment. Rule 3A, no reference, but this is the how the transfer to be exercised power. Now, the most relevant provision at page 148 of the amended rule. Now, your lordships, kindly consider inter-council transfer. Has your lordship got that one? Rule 8. For Rule 8, substitute the following rule. So, original Rule 8 was substituted by this rule. Inter-council transfer. While considering the inter-council transfer in accordance with the provisions of clause K of section 19(1) of the Act, the board shall mutatis mutandis follow the provisions of these rules, particularly of sub-rule 3 of Rule 5 of these rules. Kindly, if we consider side by side, unamended and amended, your lordships, page 143, unamended, and page 148. Proviso is not relevant, your lordships.
148.
148. This is amended. And unamended at page 143.
Yes.
So, now, your lordships, the subordinate legislature make it more clear how the rules to be applied. While considering the inter-council transfer in accordance with the provisions of clause K of section 19(1) of the Act, the board shall mutatis mutandis follow the provisions of these rules, particularly sub-rule 3 of Rule 5 of these rules. Whereas unamended rule says the procedure of principle and procedure of 91, even before the rules came into, but rules embodied in it, so that maybe have some relevancy at that point of time. But after amendment, that procedure goes no longer applicable. Rule 3.5, this provision, my humble submission before lawsuits, was not placed before the Honorable Division Bench. This amendment. This amendment was not considered even. If I'm wrong, I will stand corrected. My learned friend will make me correct. Your lawsuits kindly go. I have placed the judgment of the division bench. This was not placed, that this was amended like this. Now, even the question comes up. Sub-rule 2 was not clarified. Now, the question will be, even then this is applicable. My humble submissions, if we go read the entire rule together, with the provisions of the Act, the intention of the legislature clear that this rule applied to inter-council transfer also, and to be exercised by the board in its parent power under the Act itself, in exercise of this one.
So what is 5.3 then?
5.3, I just take your losses. 5.3, your losses kindly consider. Your losses. Your losses, page 146.
146.
Amended. Your losses, at the top, your losses will find amended 3 in rule 5. A, for sub rule 1, substitute the following sub rule. Your losses go little down. C, sub rule 3 substitutes the following sub rules. Now let me place it. An applicant may seek transfer on the following grounds, and the same shall be considered by the council only against vacancy available at the time of consideration, and subject to the conditions made in sub rule 3A in the following order of preference. Namely, A, the applicant or his son, daughter, spouse suffering from malignant disease, severe heart disease, all that. B, applicant having physically disablement of 40% or more, duly certified by the competent authority. Female teacher facing serious problem in attending the school due to divorce and death of husband. A teacher of age of 57 or more are willing of home district posting or any other reasons. Then 3A is also applicable. While considering the applications made under sub-rule 3, the council shall examine the following: pupil-teacher ratio. I submitted your lawsuits, the pupil-teachers I am not placing right now because is an interpretation of rules have been, applicability of rules have been urged. Now, pupil-teacher ratio has been in depth has been taken into consideration in the impugned order by the secretary. That this is violative. But since the division bench order says this is not at all applicable, so that's why my learned friend has come up again before your lawsuit. Now I have to show this is squarely applicable, and division bench has said that. The same division bench, I'm showing that. After considering your lawsuit, the amended rules 8. I don't know whether copy has been given to not. Your lawsuits can be considered. At least your loss. I don't know. Your lawsuits, at least I find the presiding judge, the same honorable judge. Now, division bench, MAT number 114. May I place it now? Same thing, applicability of rule. The writ petition is at the behest of the writ petitioners to dismiss by the single bench after taking into account the report submitted by the District Primary School Council, South 24 Parganas, that he is not a surplus teacher. 2. At the first glance, the orders appears to us to be cryptic, but after inviting the councils representing the respective parties, we do not find any infirmity and or illegality in dismissing the writ petition for the reasons stated herein below. The petitioner was appointed as an assistant teacher in the primary school and paid for a mutual transfer, which was eventually allowed. Subsequently, an application for transfer to a school situated within the territorial jurisdiction of another primary school, that means inter-school again, was taken out before the board, which was kept in suspended animation, invited the writ petition to be filed before this court. Though the court should not substitute itself to exercise the powers of the administrative authorities, but if it appears that the relegating the parties to an administrative authority would not yield any favorable decision, as the law applicable in this regard is unambiguous and stare at the face of the litigant, and there is no infirmity in this regard. Paragraph 4. Section 19(1)(k) of the West Bengal Primary Education Act confers power upon the board to transfer any teacher or non-teaching staff from a primary school within the jurisdiction of one primary school to a primary school within the jurisdiction of another primary school council. Such powers appear to have been vested, and there is no corresponding provision appearing in the said section guiding the authorities to act in a particular manner. Well, I just submitted with your lordships how the power under the act has to be exercised by an authority statutory that has to be guided by the rules. That's why even the prescribed word means prescribed by the rules. Almost all the act says so. However, the West Bengal Primary School Transfer Rules was framed initially to apply in relation to a transfer of a primary school within the jurisdiction of the primary school council, but our attention has been drawn to a subsequent amendment having brought through a notification dated 13 September 2021, wherein the specific provision relating to procedure to be adopted for inter-council transfer was inserted in the following manner. That I have already pasted before, I am skipping over it. On the manifest reading of the subsequently inserted provision, though the board is an ultimate authority to take a decision for an inter-council transfer, but has to follow the procedures in this regard incorporated in Rule 5.3 of the aforesaid rule as a guiding tool. Since the said provision is to be applied mutatis mutandis, it is a principle enshrined therein, which is required to be followed by the authorities before it embarks a journey of deciding the said application for transfer filed by the primary school teacher. The original sub-rule 3 of 5 is repository of a provision relating to the preference given to an application necessitated by special circumstance. In other words, the said provision applies in relation to an order of preference given to applications filed under section 19(1)(k) of the Act and does not put any hindrance in adopting the procedure. However, by virtue of the aforesaid amended provision, sub-rule 3 of rule 5 is to be followed, and by the same notification, sub-rule 3 was introduced, by which the conditions incorporated therein should be kept in mind, or in other words, followed under sub-rule 3 of rule 5 of the said rules. It is beyond cavil of doubt that the application necessitated by any special circumstances, that is rule 3a to rule 3d, are kept outside the purview thereof in certain circumstances, but does not rule out the applicability of a sufficient and excess teacher concept having brought therein to be taken into account. According to the writ petitioner appellant, the transfer was sought on the ground of illness. Our attention is drawn to the application, which does not indicate the specific disease, but in the writ petition it is stated by the petitioner that he is surviving from a cervical spondylosis, which does not come within the peripheral of the distance under rule 3a. But distance is also a matter here of the rule. It is not obligatory on the part of the board to transfer a teacher from one school situated in a primary school council to another school situated in another primary school if the circumstances does not warrant, more particularly being outside the ambit of the aforesaid provisions indicated therein. There is no merit in this. Therefore, my lord, this division bench by the subsequent judgment clarified it. The rule 2002 as amended is applicable to inter-school transfer. On this, by the fortunately, my lord, by the same author of the judgment of the same honorable judge. Now, therefore, the judgment is, my lord, is no longer right, my lord, good in law, my lord. At page 34. This is to be guided by the present judgment. Okay. This is the my lord submission. The other thing I take your lordships to, I submitted a little, my lord, small written submission. I do not know, Dr. Chasi. If you lordships can take it up, my lord. I'm told, my lord, this is in the file.
আরেকটা ফাইল দিন তো এইটা ছাড়া দেখুন একটা রিটার্ন নিয়ে দিয়েছি পূর্বাদান এটা
এটা বলে দেওয়া হয়নি বলে।
আরেকটা কপি আছে কিনা
এটা
দেখো না।
বানানো হয়েছিল এর সময়।
আরে ওইভাবে হয় না, খুঁজে পেলেন নাকি?
আরে এটা বানানো
কপি না
হয়েছিল
থাকলে
ওর
তোর
সময়।
কাছে আমি দিয়েছিলাম।
না না, এগুলো কালই আমরা
এটা
বানানো হয়েছিল কিছু
একই জিনিস। জাস্ট ট্যালি করে নিই। Namala, kindly take it up. Just on point of law, no factual.
দেখি দিয়েছিল এইখানে বাধা থাকতে দিন yes
Namala, first, Mala, notes of submission on behalf of the board. Section 19 of the Act enumerates the powers and functions of the board. Section 19(1)(k) empowers the board to transfer any teacher or student from a primary school within the jurisdiction of one primary school to another primary. For the first time in the year 1991, the board-wide notification dated framed the principles of procedure for transfer of teachers within the jurisdiction of one primary school to a primary within the jurisdiction of another primary for the purposes of section 19(1)(k). Well, pause here for a moment. When this procedure was framed by the board itself, there was no transfer of the teachers.
okay
Therefore, all transfer of teachers between the two councils were to be guided by these principles and the procedures in case of urgency. The state government, in exercise of powers conferred by subsection 1062K, and one thing I have omitted, subsection 1 also, framed the West Bengal Primary Education Rules 2002 with immediate effect. Section 1061 of the Act also empowers the state government to make rules for carrying out the purpose of the Act. Therefore, Section 1061 of the Act in particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power under subsection 1, empowers the state government to frame rules providing for all or any of the matters enumerated in the clause A to K and clauses K of subsection 2 of section 106. Also empowers the state government to make rules or any other matter which may be or is required to be prescribed. Does the state government have the legislative power and competency to frame rules, both the purpose for the purpose of section 19(1)(k), that is to say inter-council transfer, and also for transfer of teachers within the jurisdiction of the council, that is to say inter-council transfer. A close scrutiny of the provisions of the Act makes it clear that section 19(1)(k) empowers the board to transfer any teacher from one primary school to another. There is no express provision under the Act of 1973 empowering either the council or the board to transfer one primary teacher from one primary school to another primary school within the jurisdiction of the district primary school council. That's a very important feature. That's why for the transfer is an incidence of service, but Act doesn't express any transfer of inter-council 19(1)(k). So, for carrying out the purpose, the Act is for the to meet the aims of the primary education. To meet, so one teacher may require a transfer. Situation may warrant, but the Act doesn't provide that. So, for the purpose of carrying out the purpose of the Act, 106 power is there. So, therefore, section 106 of the Act contemplates to give power to the state government for carrying out the purposes of the Act or any of the matter to be prescribed by rules. It is stricte in law that transfer is an incidence of service. Therefore, the rules of transfer required to be made within the jurisdiction of a particular district primary school council, inter-council transfer. The state government, in exercise of its power conferred by 116(1)(a) and 116(6)(2)(k) of the Act, was pleased to frame the make the West Bengal education transfer rules. In other words, as it is evident from the very exercise of the powers under section 106K and section 106(2)(k of the Act, the rules of 2002 was not only made for inter-council transfer of teachers within the one primary district primary school, but also inter-council transfer of primary teachers from one district to another district. These being the position of law, though the Rule 1, Sub-Rule 2 of Rules 2002 mentions these rules shall apply to teachers, including head teachers, for the transfer of within the jurisdiction of a council. Rule 8 thereof at the same time stipulates in case of inter-council transfer, the council shall follow the principles and procedures of the board in accordance with the provisions conferred by 19. In the very initial unamended rules also, that was also not properly placed before the division in the judgment. But subsequently amended, make it more clear. More interestingly, Rule 8 of the Rules 2002 was amended by the state government by notification dated such and such. I have quoted the rules. Then, my lord, I just skip over the italic portion. Substituted Rule 8 of Rules 2 stipulates that in case of such and such, mutatisly follow Rules 5.3. Therefore, the West Bengal Primary Education Rules 2002 covering the cases of transfer within a particular district of the inter-council as well as council inter-council has been framed by the state in exercise of its statutory power, enabling it to make rules both cases of transfer.
Yes.
Consequently, the transfer cannot be said to be applicable only to inter-council transfer, as in view of specific provision of Rule 8 of the same rule for inter-council transfer from the very beginning, which was consciously amended by amending Rule 8 for inter-district system. It is therefore settled principle of law that the statute has to be read as a whole. Therefore, when the transfer rules of rule contain specific provision for inter-council transfer, the said rules cannot be said to be applicable for inter-council transfer. Reference on this point made to the judgment, all that. My lord, right now in the following judgment, my lord, is isolation cannot be read. Statute. My lord, I will give up this, my lord, judgment's copy. But right now, my lord, I have little, my lord, change in my submission also in respect of judgment. The name. I'm relying upon the college life textbook. Well, this is very illustrated book, Principles of Statutory Interpretation by JPC. Well, this is volume of 7th edition. Page 123. I give it, I have in my own handwriting, I've written the book name and the edition. Only the subsection 2 of section 1 is under the heading title and application. How the title and application to be read, this has been very lucidly, my lord, said in this paragraph. My lord, the third paragraph of page 123. The title, although part of the act, is in itself not an enacting provision, but though useful in case of ambiguity of the enacting provision, is ineffective to control their clear meaning. As stated by Donovan J., the long title is a legitimate aid to the construction. When Parliament proclaims what the purpose of an act is, it would be wrong to leave that out of account when construing them. That's very purpose of the act is 106 and 9 section 19. Yes. In particular, when construing some doubtful or ambiguous expression, in many cases, the long title may supply the key to the meaning. The principle, as I understand it, is that whether something is doubtful or ambiguous, the long title may be looked to resolve the doubt of ambiguity. But in the absence of doubt or ambiguity, the passage under construction must be taken to mean what it says, so that if its meaning to be clear, the meaning is not to be narrowed or restricted by referring to the long title. Pause here for a moment. Malad, sub-rule 8 is clear. 1, 2 says applicable to inter-council, does not mention intra-council. Does it mean by section 8 to be obliterated? Rule 8. Can it be, my lord? Express provision under the rules. And your philosophies consider the provision section 19(1)(k) and 106. State has the power to carry out the purpose of the act. State cannot leave the board to be irreverent in cases of transfer. Therefore, there should be certain guidelines. That's why Rule 8. And the division bench in second time clarified that. Then your lordships kindly see, to the same effect that the observations of Justice Iyengar, the long title of the act on which learned counsel placed considerable reliance as a guide for determination of the scope of the act and the policy underlying the legislation, no doubt indicates the main purposes of the enactment, but cannot obviously control the express operative provisions of the act. Kindly consider this, your lordships. Express operative provisions of the act. And this was by amendment, my lord, again. Initially also there, but it was more express and more explicit. Now your lordships consider just a minute. Photo paragraph জন্য দেখ। Four. 61 four to. But this is 1960. I think I should go by AIR. AIR 1961 Supreme Court page 418. তিনটে কপি। ওকে বই নেই নাকি তাই? এনে তুইও নেই। এনেছে তোর জন্য কপাল ভালো তো। I will just read out before lordship paragraph 4. We are of the clearly opinion that the submissions of the learned counsel should be repealed. The long title of the act extracted earlier, and which the learned counsel placed considerable reliance as a guide for the determination of the scope of the act and the policy underlying the legislation, no doubt indicates the main purposes of the enactment, but cannot obviously control the express and operative provisions of the act. Such as, for example, the terms of section 7(1), nor is the learned counsel right in his argument that the terms of section 7(1) are irrelevant to secure the purposes or to subserve the underlying policy of the act. The ratio of the legislation is social interest in the health of the worker who forms an essential part of the community and whose welfare, therefore, the community is vitally interested. I'm going to pause here for a moment. Act gives the power to the board. How to be exercised by the board? Well, then board will be tyrant. Somebody board will transfer, somebody will not. There must be a guideline. That's why Rule 8. Just it cannot be, my lord, repealed or controlled by the sub-rule 1(2), only by the title of the application.
Till 2021, the earlier rule was
There.
guiding rules for intra-district transfer. After 2021,
the rule itself.
Before
that, my lord, unamended rules says, my lord, followed of 1991 guidelines. Even where is the provision, but 5(3) could not be applied. Here now 5(3) applies. That guidelines no longer prevailing.
Yes.
But I think I will not place much your lordship this provision of the particular act. So therefore, then another judgment of citing the lordship. Copy নেই? এটা প্যারাগ্রাফ কত ছিল? Another judgment I am showing to your lordship. বলে দিন। 2014 4 SSC 583. 4 SSC 583 বার 583 কোথায় বার করেছে? Oh, paragraph over this. Joseph can बोल तो title तो ना. Rajendra Kumar Mahapatro and others. 2014 4 SCC 583. Malad. Kindly paragraph. কত বললাম না? 26 to 28.
Yes.
Well, I think 27. 27. In the case at hand, the state of Odisha had not suffered any adverse judicial pronouncement to necessitate a validation act, as has been the position in the generality of the cases dealt with by this court. The title of the impugned legislation all the same describe the legislation as a validation act. The title of a statute is no doubt an important part of an enactment and can be referred to for determining the general scope of the legislation. But the true nature of any such enactment has always to be determined not on the basis of the label given to it, but on the basis of its substance. So the substance rule 8. Well, that's why the honorable division bench, and the second time this was brought to the notice. Even your lordships will find paragraph 3 that we find, if I'm not wrong, in that order, the honorable judge mentioned it to an extent by this language. At the first blast, the order appears to be asked to be cryptic. Then, my lord, I thrust upon the honorable division bench. Then look, the rule 8. Because the honorable judge carries the mind of the judgment of my learned friend. Earlier judgment.
Probably that judgment was not so good.
It's not their rule considered. Rule considered.
My judgment has not been shown before the honorable division. Because
So this is the view, your lordship.
Hearing.
So, my lord, on the basis of his substance. So, my lord, substance has to be. My lord, these are my humble submissions. My lord, I am not taking your lordship's ratio, all that, because that was not much argued on that, on the interpretation of. On the dissimilar treatment is the basic thing. My lord, that was, my lord, accordance with the records your lordships will find, which were under Rule 5.3, he could not be done. That was the interdecision. Factual aspect was there. But these are my humble
May I conclude my submission in the next state? Next state, my lord, in the top, your lordship kindly fix the matter. I shall conclude.
Give a copy of this judgment.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, the copy.
For Mr. Tuvir Null and its senior advocate appearing for the respondent, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. To conclude his argument, Mr. Rudronil Dil, an advocate for the petitioner, seeks accommodation to make his replies. Next week, a topic of
Ball, public, no, just.
Next week.
Okay. But
Next Thursday, কবে হচ্ছে? Well, let it be fixed on 5th February, I shall come. The top view.
কিন্তু বলছি কেন কিন্তু এটা আছে একটা এদের হিয়ারিং এ দিয়ে যেন দুটোতে গেছে না কালকে যেন দিলাম ঠিক আছে
মাঠটা
The 29th, 29th.
এটার সাথে না এই যে এগুলো গুছিয়ে একটু রেখে দেবেন আর ওইটা দিয়ে দিন একটা কপি দিয়ে দেবেন তাহলে হয়ে যাবে তারপর ওটা ফাইনাল মনে হয় শ্রীমানবাবু চারটে একসাথে করবেন
Time for the district primary school.
Item 6, appearing for the petition. The petitioner is seeking inter-district transfer on medical ground, my lord, from South 24 to Hooghly. The appoint. Affidavit service.
Yes.
My lord, time for the DPSC, my lord. The board is answering respondent, respondent number 4. My lord, page 21 is his
Appointment letter. Page 19 is the appointment letter, my lord. 21 is the representation.
my lord, he seeks for a transfer from both medical and distance ground.
Okay. Mr. Chaudhary.
Medical, I have no problem because 2021 joining.
Yes.
Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks her transfer it seeks direction upon the respondent authorities for her transfer From which place? From
My
district
lord,
primary
from
school
South
council,
24
Hooghly?
Parganas.
No, this will be from which place to which place?
My lord, from South 24 Parganas to Hooghly.
The district primary school council, South 24 Parganas to district primary school council, Hooghly. Petitioner.
The spiral, if you kindly take page 146, the diseases are mentioned also. So, while considering the authority should
Yes.
rely on the
Medical examination liberty is granted to the authority.
diseases are specified also. Apart from those diseases, medical
Liberty is granted to the authority board to seek medical examination of the petitioner and if so required and consider the application in accordance with law.
loss.
After examination.
Better.
Loss.
Yes.
Right to,
Grateful, man.
কি বললাম? The petitioner contains that
এটাই better.
repeats that she is an assistant teacher of which school?
Haldar Chowk Free Primary.
Alachuk Pre-Primary School. The petitioner joined in the said school on
My lord, 19th
19
July.
July 2021. The petitioner is rendering service continuously since her joining. The petitioner is suffering from polycystic ovary syndrome, which is a gynecological disorder, hormonal disorder and liver disease, and she is under treatment. The petitioner has to travel 240 kilometers up and down in order to attend her school talk on 28th August 2024. The petitioner made a representation before the Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. However, the same is still pending consideration, hence this split petition. Mr. Swansol, learned advocate appearing for the petitioner, submits that the matter be relegated to the appropriate authority to consider the representation of the petitioner in accordance with law. Mr. Gaurav Das, learned advocate appearing for DPSC,
South 24 Parganas.
South 24 Parganas, and Mr. Vishwabruto Basu Mollik, learned advocate appearing for District Primary School Council, Hooghly. Also submits in the similar fashion. Mr. Kaushik Chaudhary, learned advocate appearing for the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, submits that the representation of the petitioner needs to be considered in the upon her medical examination. In view of the subsequent para advanced on behalf of the appearing parties, respondent number 2, respondent 4.
Respondent number 4.
Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education is directed to consider the representation of the petitioner dated
28th August 2024.
28th August 2024 within bracket annexure P2 and dispose of the same in accordance with law upon notice to the petitioner within a period of 8 weeks from date of communication of this order. Para, respond number 4 is at liberty to seek for medical examination of the petitioner if so required prior to consideration of the representation of the petitioner. Learned advocate for the petitioner is directed to communicate this order to respond number 4, Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. Disposed of.
If the distance down could also be considered along with
Everything will be considered, but medical examination is required. So this is within 5 years. This is within 5 years.
my lord.
Item 7, Millard. I am in course of today, I missed that report, Millard. I will serve him a copy of the report by tomorrow, Millard. In the meantime, if he file in exception, I'll also may fix a date, Millard.
Mr. Vishwabruto Basu Mollik, learned advocate appearing for DPSC Uttar Dinajpur, seeks extension of time to file the report.
Lordship.
Let such report be filed within a week.
Lordship.
Exception to such report, if any, be filed within a week thereafter, is this matter after 2 weeks.
Lordship.
the state in this matter.
সুজিত এটা দিয়ে দিলাম ডেটটা দিয়ে দাও না
ডেটটা দিত
গ্রেটফুল লর্ডশিপ
Yes.
12 দিন সুজিত এই দিয়ে দিলাম
দেখি না ভাই আমাকে প্রত্যেকদিন একটু আপনি একাই করে যাবেন নাকি
না না ওটা দিয়ে দিয়েছি ওই তো
দেখো পাইনি
এই দিয়ে তোর চোখটা গেছে এসছে
Next. Huh? Okay. Who is appearing in item number 8? 8 will be taken up afterwards. Sure.
8 my lord, I am for the state.
Please wait for some time.
I am for the petitioner, my lord. Inter-district transfer, South 24 Paraganas to Murshidabad.
Lord, I am for the
On
TPS.
medical ground, my lord. Evidence. Representation, my lord, page 27.
Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. DPS,
My lord, I am for the South 24 Pargana.
Murshidabad DPS, my lord.
this is from Murshidabad to
South 24 Paraganas to Murshidabad.
Same. The petitioner contends that she is an assistant teacher in which school?
Masjid Badi, Parboti School,
In Masjid Badi Parvati FP School under Basanti Circle, District South 24 Parganas. The petitioner joined in the state school on 20th July 2021. The petitioner is a resident of district Murshidabad, which is about 297 kilometers away from her present school. The petitioner is suffering from gynecological problems and breathing problems and is under medical treatment. On 28 January 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. However, the same is pending consideration, hence this writ petition. Baki the same, huh? Need be.
grateful, man.
The rated to name.
I have something complete on the other sides. Should be same lordship.
The affidavit of service, lordship. And actually, lordship, the grievance of the petitioner is, lordship, that the petitioner seeking transfer, lordship, on a multiple grounds, including, lordship, that the medical as well, lordship, that the petitioner, lordship, premature high risk child, as he, lordship, he born, lordship, in 2024. That child, lordship, needs special care. And now, lordship, the petitioners in which, lordship, she is discharging her function, lordship, is there in the, lordship, South 24 Pargana district. Her in-laws house, lordship, is there in the, lordship, Murshidabad district of West Bengal, lordship. Since, lordship, he made representations multiple times to the concerned authority. Even after receiving the same, the authority is still reluctant to take steps in accordance with law. Kindly come to the page number 74, your lordship. This is the, lordship, the representations given by the petitioners to the addressing to the, lordship, the president as well secretary through the chairman of the South 24 Pargana District Primary School Council. So where she made request, your lordship, for transfer on the ground of medical and familial challenges. If your lordship allow me to read the representation, your lordship. To that extent, she
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary.
My lord, difficulty is that while I am from the DPSC South 24 Pargana, I have not received. My lord, since the board is answering respondent, may I request my learned friend to hand over a
If it
copy?
is inter-council lordship, I don't have the petition.
Serve the copy.
And I am for the.
Mr. Kaushik Chaudhary, learned advocate, appearing for.
If it is inter-council lordship. If it is
No, no, he's asking from which place to which place.
Your lordship, South 24 Pargana to Murshidabad. It is not inter-district transfer.
I think, my lord, both the council has
There are
not
grounds,
received
your
the brief.
lordship, which are required to be considered.
Chairman.
Petitioner was appointed on 15th of February 2017. Since then, your lordship, she is serving and discharging her functions without your lordship having any negligence and latches. There was no
The
as such.
party.
Your lordship.
Board is a party.
Yes, your lordship. Board is the party.
Where is the service?
Seven is your lordship SI, 6 DI, and the chairman of the South Pargana District Primary School Council. This is respondent number 5.
In which place is the it din? Which is the sir in your affidavit? Where is the service upon the board?
DI. Yes. DSP, district inspector. Both is not being served. I'll let my learned friend serve the copy and let it be in next week. South. আরে সাউথ তো কনসিডার করবে না, এটা তো করবে বোর্ড। বোর্ড has not been served.
Affidavit of service. Why it is incomplete affidavit of service you are filing?
Since your lordship,
Knowing very well that this will be dealt with by the board, you have not taken any steps for serving upon the board. Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record. It is found that service has not been effected upon the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. Petitioner, learned advocate for the petitioner is directed to serve a copy. You will receive or send it to the board.
2 copies.
Learned advocate for the petitioner is directed to serve a copy of the writ petition along with its annexes to the learned advocate for West Bengal Board of Primary Education, as well as to
Council.
Which council? This is?
South 24
You have received.
Well, I am for the state, right?
As well as to the DPSC South 24 Parganas and DPSC Murshidabad. Does this matter? Next week.
দুটো কপি দিতে হবে।
Direction is into file affidavit of service on the returnable due. Yes.
I'm for the petitioner, my lord. The petition is seeking, my lord,
এইভাবে পাঠালে কি করে হবে? কি চাইছিস তুমি? কি চাইছিস?
The petition is seeking, my lord, intra-district transfer, my lord, to Purbo Bardhaman, my lord, on the ground of medical, my lord, and surplus ground. The petition is appointed in the 2014. The petitioner underwent, my lord, ligament repair surgery, my lord, in the right leg. That also, my lord, the petitioner has, my lord, Lord, it is medically, my lord, termed as carpal tunnel syndrome, my lord.
No, he is from which place? He is in Golsi.
Golsi Purbo Bardhaman, my lord.
And his house is in which place?
Near intra-district, my lord, same district.
In Bardhaman, which place is his?
My place is in, my lord, Sri Polli, my lord, Archal.
DPS.
Okay.
Medical and surplus ground, my lord, 35 students and 4 teachers, my lord. My representation is at page 24. 27.
Yes, Mr. Acharya?
Yes. My lord, I am for the DPSC Purvo Bardhaman.
Yes.
Let the matter be relegated, my lord, to the chairman.
Okay. Give the affidavit. Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record. By the present petition, the petitioner seeks for her transfer, seeks for direction upon the respondent authorities or her transfer from to a school nearby his residence upon considering the representation dated, what is the date? 23rd June 2025. The petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher in Udayan Shankho AP school under Golsi Circle. The petitioner joined in the said school on 22nd January 2014. আচ্ছা ওটা হার করবে না the petitioner, she has been confirmed.
Confirmed, appointed in the year 2014.
The petitioner has completed more than 2 years of confirmed continuous service in the said school without interruption and has been confirmed in the service. The petitioner on 27 June 2023 had a severe accident and had to undergo Lis Frank ligament repair. The petitioner is also suffering from carpal tunnel syndrome. The petitioner had to travel approximately 50 kilometers on a daily basis in order to attend the school. On 23rd June 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the respondent number 4, chairman 5.
Respondent number 5.
5, chairman District Primary School Council Purvo Bardhaman. Top. However, the same is pending consideration, hence this writ petition. Again, the same chairman direction. The respondent number 4 is at liberty to seek for medical examination of the petitioner, if so required, prior to consideration of the representation.
For the petitioner.
And for the DPSC South 24.
My lord, it is an intra-district transfer, my lord. My lord, petitioner is seeking transfer on her spouse medical ground as well as illness of her mother. Now, my lord, petitioner is seeking transfer in the same DPSC. My lord, my transfer application is page 28. Your lordship may kindly turn page 28, which has been stated that spouse is suffering by gynecological disorder, which is a listed disease, and along with my lord, my mother is also suffering some injuries. My lord, I have to visit regularly in the medical establishment. So my lord, I am seeking transfer from my lord from my present school to any school at under Sonarpur Circle. My lord, my present.
Now he is at which school?
My lord.
In which school is he? Which school?
Mondirhat Moddhogor Oboitali.
Mondirhat Moddho
Under Joynagar Circle.
Joynagar to Sonarpur.
Well, it is stated in page 28.
But I am a confirmed teacher, my lord.
This will be considered by
DPSC chairman.
Respondent number?
Respondent number 4, my lord.
4. Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks for his transfer to a nearby school, to a school nearby his residence in Sonarpur Circle under DPSC South 24 Parganas upon consideration of his representation dated 15 July 2025. The petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher in Manirtat Modhya Free Primary School, Post Manirtat, Police Station, Joyannagar, District 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas. The petitioner joined in this said school on
25th of
August
25th
2021.
August 2021. The
Sir.
petitioner has completed mandatory probation period and has been confirmed in service on
29th of November.
29th January 2025 with effect from 25th August 2023. The petitioner has to travel 125 kilometers one side to attend school from his residence. The wife of the petitioner is suffering from gynecological disorder. The petitioner made a representation on 15th July 2025 seeking for his transfer. Before which authority you have made it? Before respond number 4, Chairman District Primary School Council. However, the same has not been considered as yet, hence this writ petition. Rest same direction.
My lord, leave my lord on matter has
Respondent number 8 and 9.
any matter.
Not in this matter, your lordship kindly consider the earlier order passed by your lordship.
Transport has been issued.
অনেকটা কপিটা কোথায় গেল?
Submit that. Penalties and fees rule on contrary. Yes. This will discuss sale party.
এই কি অর্ডার পাস হয়েছিল?
Then I'll compare the order district primary school as yes. Yes.
No, my lord, on the last occasion, my lord, my learned senior friend, my lord, submit before your lordship that this is not a transfer. Rather, my lord, this is an adjustment. Now, my lord, I'm just praying my lord's kind leave to file a supplementary affidavit, wherein, my lord, I have been served with a notice for non-compliance of the transfer order. It's a copy. My lord, kindly turn to page 11 of the supplementary affidavit, my lord. Sorry, my lord. It's not 11, my lord. Sorry. Item number, my lord, page 24, my lord. Copy no. Arche copy. তুমি ইস্যু করেছো 24 issued by the sub inspector.
Has not yet joined his new place of posting instead he has been continuously applying for. This is not permissible as per rules. Yes.
So, my lord, it cannot be said that this is a merely an adjustment. Rather, my lord, this notice, my lord, supports my claim that this is a transfer as a punitive measure. A show cause notice has been issued. I have replied to that show cause notice. Now, my lord, without initiating any disciplinary proceeding, my lord, a transfer order, my lord, issued in my favor, my lord, though which is beyond the rules. And my lord, another point which today, my lord, I want to place before your lordship that if your lordship kindly consider the transfer order my lord, find that this is a order passed by the chairman, which is, my lord,
Page 40, my lord.
page 40. একটা copy বার কর judgment.
কোথায়? এটাই রাখেন। এই তো।
Page 40, my lord, find that this notice issued by the chairman of the district primary school council, Purva Bardhaman, my lord. Now, this is the settled position by my lord, the division bench of our high court that the chairman has no power to issue the transfer order, my lord. My lord, I have already handed over the judgment reported in 2022 SCC Online Calcutta 2327.
কত?
2022.
SCC Online Calcutta 2327. Deepika Bala Bishwas versus State of West Bengal.
2327.
27.
Online Calcutta.
Yes.
Now, my lord,
Deepika Banerjee.
kindly consider paragraph 8 and 9 of this judgment. Paragraph 8 and 9. In terms of Rule 4, the council may, on its own motion, transfer an approved teacher within its jurisdiction. Therefore, the power of transfer specifically conferred upon the council under the statute, namely the Transfer of Primary Teachers Rule 2002. Well, these rules I have annexed in with my writ petition, which cannot be used by any other authority, including the chairman. In the present case, the chairman has invoked the authority of the council by transferring the appellant from one school to another school, which is not permissible under the law. Rule 4 specifically authorizes the council to transfer an approved teacher, and in the instant case, admittedly, the chairman had issued the order of transfer, and the North 24 Pargana District Primary School Council never took any decision for transfer of the appellant. Now, my lord, kindly come to next, my lord. Now, my lord, ওইটা কোথায় গেল লাস্ট যে ডকুমেন্টটা দেখালে যেখানে ওদের স্কুলে দুজনকে আরো ট্রান্সফার করে লাস্ট পেজ yes. Now, my lord, kindly come page 60.
Yes.
My lord, page 61, the condition for transfer.
Yes.
The council on its own motion or on an application from the teacher transfer approved teacher within the jurisdiction from one primary school to another primary school on the condition that such approved teacher is confirmed and completed minimum 2 years of continuous service, both in case of mutual or single transfer, provided that the council may, if it is necessary for the proper utilization of the service of a primary teacher in the interest of the education, transfer or approve teacher without maintaining any time limit of service. Provided further, where there is a surplus teacher according to the roll strength as stated in Rule 3, the council may, on its own motion, transfer such approved teacher without maintaining the time limit of service by way of rational adjustment of a teacher in a primary school having deficit teacher in the following order of preference. So, my lord, as per my lord, Rule 4, if there is a surplus teacher. Now, my lord, just a couple of days ago, my lord, on 19th of January, my lord, two another teachers have been transferred to my earlier school as there is a scarcity of teachers. This is a my lord, document, my lord, Lordship, kindly see. Container school. My lord, kindly see 2 and 8 and 12.
এই কপিটা কি আছে নাকি এইটাতে সাবমিট?
না, এটা সাবমিট। এটা সবাই কালকে পেয়েছি, 19 তারিখে করেছে। 8 and 12. Now, these two teachers, my lord, have been transferred to my lord, my earlier school, as the school is suffers for my lord, the scarcity of teachers. So, my lord, there is no question of any surplus teacher, which my lord, the prompted the councillors. Though, my lord, my humble submission, this is not a decision of the council. This is a decision of the chairman, which is, my lord, is not empowered to do so. And, my lord,
the order of the chairman has not been challenged on such a ground?
No, my lord, that has not been challenged. That has not been challenged, but it's a proposition of law, my lord.
No.
That is the reason I am taking this point. My lord, in the my read petition, my lord, I have
Say
challenged.
so, then this order is also not effective, which you are placing.
Yes, my lord. I'm just for reference.
We have to close our eyes and say that there is no transfer order. Nobody can join now.
No, my lord. As my lord, as per the rules, there is a if there is a surplus teacher, the council may take a decision. But what I'm trying to impress, my lord, that there is no
Yes,
surplus
understood.
teacher. There is a scarcity of teacher. That is the reason, my lord, two teacher has been, my lord, transferred to this
If
school.
you are
And my lord,
relying on this, then you have to file another supplementary affidavit annexing that there was no surplus. Instead of that, he has been transferred. This is your case.
no, this is, my lord, one of my limb of argument.
And another is Rule 8.
Rule 8, and my lord, so far as, my lord, the penal provision is concerned,
There
there
is
is
no-
no question
Yes.
of transferring my lord, to transfer a
see.
person from one school to another. And my lord, on the last occasion, I have submitted, my lord, the decision reported in 2023 SCC Online Calcutta 529, which was my lord, reflected from my lord's last order.
Yeah.
The identical fact that, my lord, show cause notice has been issued, no disciplinary proceeding initiated, although, my lord, the person transferred to another school. This honorable court, my lord, set aside the order of transfers, holding that this transfer is bad in law. So, my lord, my humble prayer before your lordship, my lord, kindly set aside this order of transfer, my lord, and, my lord, allow the petitioner to resume his duty on the earlier school.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
My lord, at the cost of repetition, my lord, I submitted, my lord, kindly have a look, page 40. Oh, my lord. My lord, my learned friend is always relying upon a transfer. Let him satisfy it is an order of transfer or not. It says, my lord, council is hereby adjusted to the same circle, same district on purely temporary basis in the interest of private primary education. Is there any bar, my lord? I am putting
No,
this
there is
question, my lord.
no bar, but if he
It is not at all a transfer order. It is a
he is
temporary
not a surplus
because
teacher
my-
as well.
No, because my lord, because of the reason there are so many things against the petitioner. The teacher in charge, all teachers, my lord, they lodged several complaints against the petitioner.
That
A
is not-
hearing was taken.
No, sir. Either you say in your adjustment order or transfer order that there is allegation against him, so that he can also come before this court and say that these allegations are not maintainable. You simpliciter has stated adjustment. Now he says that 2 of the teachers have been transferred to that school. If he is the surplus teacher, then what prompted 2 to be adjusted against 1? Then you say in a transfer order that there are several allegations against him. So for the sake of administration, we are transferring it. What
Well, that
prompted
is
to
the-
pass an order
That was.
of adjustment when there is no surplus?
Well, let him file a supplementary, let the copy be served, my lord. I
Get
have
the
to-
instruction.
Yes, I must. And because today I have just received the
There has to
supplement.
be a rationale. You are moving a book from here to here. But there has to be a reason why you are keeping it here.
Yes.
So that is what he is seeking, that there is an allegation. There might be allegations. But there is no such reflection in the adjustment order that out of certain allegations he has been sent. It is just an adjustment. Now he says that you have been transferred.
Only writer is, my lord, what the interest of the
No,
students and the-
interest is that you have a shortfall of teacher, which has prompted the chairman to transfer 2 teachers. You say interest of the students. School's interest is
My lord,
interest
I
of the
have not
student.
gone through what my learned friend has handed over. Let him file a supplementary evidence. I shall come with the proper instruction.
Supplementary given copy?
Today.
Respondent numbers 8 and 9.
Fine.
May the supplementary be served upon me as well.
You are for, sir?
Respondent number 8 and 9.
8 and 9. No.
Teacher in charge just received the copy. Just received the copy.
किसी को फिर just receive.
8 and 9 is the
Supplementary को अगले तक दें नहीं.
Cool.
Please के बाद बता दो.
It must.
Okay. This has been served to.
Just supplementary.
This has been served. Supplementary affidavit. Achha, on the prayer of learned senior advocate. Mr. Nilanjan Bhattacharjee, learned senior advocate, appearing for the petitioner, seeks leave to file supplementary affidavit. Leave granted. Supplementary affidavit filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. Copy served. Mr. Bhattacharjee submits that letters have been issued to the petitioner to join his present place of posting with the subject non-compliance of transfer order and irregular leave application, which tantamounts to the fact that the order under challenge, order of transfer under challenge is not an order of adjustment. He also informs the court that after the order impugned has been passed, 2 other teachers have been transferred to the said school to maintain the student-teacher ratio, which goes to show that there is no surplus of teacher in the said school. He seeks to file supplementary affidavit annexing the order of the chairman DPSC Purva Bardhaman dated 19 January 2026. Let such supplementary affidavit be filed by the returnable date. Mr. Shoibal Acharya, learned advocate, appearing for the DPSC Purva Bardhaman, seeks accommodation to take instructions. Next week.
Later copy of the supplementary.
Aja, on submission, Mr. Bhattacharya submission, I do note korun. He also submits that the chairman has no authority to unilaterally pass an order of transfer. He relies on the decision of Honorable Division Bench passed in Deepika Bala Biswas versus State of West Bengal and others, reported in 2022 SCC Online, Calcutta 2327.
Matter to appear, my lord.
Next week.
Some more time. My lord, because my lord, since my lord, the SIA process is going on, my lord. Stop. ঠিক আছে নেক্সট উইকে হলেই হয়ে যাবে আমাকে তো ইনস্ট্রাকশন নিতে হবে আমি তো অফিসের লোকজন নেই
দিয়ে দাও এটা Then thereafter, which date is this? আমরা কবে নিচ্ছি? Wednesday? Thursday?
Thursday.
On 12th? 12th?
Yes, yes.
Great.
Deeply obliged.
Yes.
13, I am for the petitioner, my lord. Inter-district transfer from Dakshin Dinajpur to Murshidabad, my lord. Petitioner,
DPSC Murshidabad. DPSC Murshidabad.
petitioner joined in 28th July 2021. And my representation on medical ground and distance, my represented at page 24.
Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks for her transfer, seeks direction upon the respondent authorities to grant transfer to the petitioner from district of Murshidabad to
Dakshin Dinajpur to Murshidabad.
Dakshin Dinajpur to Murshidabad. Petitioner contains that she is an assistant teacher of Jagadishpur Free Primary School, Gangarampur North Circle, District Dakshin Dinajpur. The petitioner joined on 28 July 2021. Yes. Since the petitioner has already completed 2 years of mandatory provision period in service, this service of the the service of the petitioner is deemed to have been confirmed. Deemed
My lord,
cannot
page
be here.
16 the confirmation letter.
Why you have used the term deemed when it has already been granted? When was it granted? ওটা কেটে দিন না?
10th
Upon completion of 2 years of continuous service, the service of the petitioner has been confirmed on
page 16, Lord. Page 16, my lord. 28 July 2023.
28 July 2023. এটা with effect from হবে হ্যাঁ has been confirmed with effect from 20th July 2023. 28 July. The petitioner is suffering from various gynecological problems and has to travel 218 kilometers to attend her school. The petitioner on 17th February 2025, the petitioner made a representation before respondent number.
Respondent number 4, my lord.
4, Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. However, the same is still pending consideration, hence this writ petition. But the same board, respondent number 4, is at liberty to seek for medical examination of the petitioner, if so required, prior to consideration of the representation. Disposed of.
Grateful, my lord. 14, I am for the petitioner, my lord.
The state lordship.
Howrah was
From the DPSC Murshidabad, my lord.
Howrah.
My lord, inter-district transfer from Howrah to Murshidabad.
Howrah to Murshidabad.
By on medical ground, my representation is page 28.
Assistant teacher in Aimachok Jagannathpur Primary School under JBpur Circle, District Howrah. The petitioner joined in the said school on 28th July 2021. The petitioner's service has been confirmed with effect from 28th July 2023. The petitioner is a permanent resident. No, the house of the petitioner, the house of the petitioner is about 280 kilometers away from the present school. The petitioner child is a child in special need. Wife.
Wife medical ground, my lord. Page 28, wife medical ground.
Wife is suffering from?
Seventh.
The wife of the petitioner is suffering from various gynecological problems. The petitioner's child, who is 4 years age, is a child in special need. On 19th April 2025, the petitioner made an application, representation before the secretary.
Respondent number 4, my lord.
Respondent number 4. Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer. However, the same has not been considered as yet, hence the state petition. Baki the same. The medical examination department. Medical examination department. Disposed of.
That's my lord. And for the petition.
And the petitioner is seeking transfer, intra-district transfer, my lord, Purbo Bardhaman, on the ground of, my lord, distance and surplus. The petitioner appointed in the year 2010, my lord, confirmed in service.
2010.
2010, my lord.
Well, page 22, annexure P4 is the application for transfer.
District to Bijoy Das. Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present petition, the petitioner seeks for his transfer to a school nearby his place of residence. Which district? Within the district of Purbo Bardhaman. The petitioner contends that he is an assistant teacher in Burkunda Charushila FP school. The petitioner joined in the said school on 14 July 2010. The petitioner has to travel 86 kilometers. The service of the petitioner has been confirmed. The petitioner has to travel 86 kilometers to attend this school.
যাই হোক না ওটা অর্ডার দেবে না তা করে নে তাহলে দাঁড়া
There is surplus teacher in the said school. The petitioner made a representation on 14th August 2025 seeking transfer before.
The respondent number 5. Chairman DPSC.
However, Mr. Same order, medical examination disposed of.
বল well 17 18 same matter
17 and
17 and 19 right
17, my lord, I am appealing for the state respondent.
I was the state
led by Mr. Tanmay Ghosh.
17.
17.
So I was
17 to
17.
I am appealing, my lord, for the state respondent led by Mr. Tanmay Ghosh.
For the petitioner in item.
Junior. 17.
16 বাদ গেল 16 তো হবে তো
16 কি তোর কি মামলা
হ্যাঁ
আমি বললাম 16 ঠিক আছে শর্ট আপ 16
I am for the petitioner, my lord. This is inter-district transfer, my lord, Kolkata to Purbo Medicare. Application, page medical ground, page 26, my lord. 26. Next at P4. My application, we consider, my lord, respondent number 4, Secretary Original Board of Primary Education.
affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. For the present petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities to grant transfer
Self-medical ground.
from which district to which district?
My lord, Kolkata to Purbo Medicare.
From Kolkata to Purbo Medinipur upon consideration of the representation dated 11th August 2025. 16 শেষ করলো, হ্যাঁ? 17 পরে নেবো। The petition contains that he is an assistant teacher of Sadghara GSFP school. Stop. আচ্ছা এটা হচ্ছে কাঁঠালবেড়িয়া পোস্ট বাদুরতলা, Kolkata 700042. The petitioner joined in the said school on 23rd July 2021. The petitioner has been discharging her duties diligently since her joining. The petitioner's home is situated about 86 kilometers and she has to travel 172 kilometers per day to attend her school. The petitioner is suffering from polycystic ovary disease, PCOD, and several other gynecological diseases. On 11th August 2025, the petitioner made a representation before Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. Stop. However, the same has not been considered at a medical examination for Liberty. 17 পর নেব। Rest matters after the recess. Tough.
I was a statement.
I'm for the petitioner, my lord. The petition is praying intra-district transfer, my lord, Purbo Bardhaman, on the medical ground of the petitioner, my lord. Severe medical ground, my lord. The petitioner underwent, my lord, hysterectomy operation, my lord, which is a severe due to some severe gynecological disorder, my lord, and also suffering from knee, suggested for knee replacement surgery, my lord. The petitioner seeks transfer to any place near the present permanent residence of the petitioner in the same district.
Which for DPSC?
Purvo.
Yes, Mr. Acharya. Yes. Happy to service to them.
Service.
Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record by the present petition. The petitioner seeks for objection upon the respondent authorities for her transfer to a school nearby her residence, her place of residence. The petitioner contains that she is an assistant teacher in Nijol Pushchimpara AP school under Ketugram circle. The petitioner contains that she was initially appointed as an assistant teacher in Nijol. Initially she is initially subsequently she has been transferred to Tankhai FP school under Ketugram circle. The petitioner joined in the said school on 18 January 2011.
Initial join, আমার 11 সালে একটা ট্রান্সফার হয়েছিল।
The service has been confirmed. The service of the petitioner has been confirmed upon completion of 2 years of continuous service. The petitioner has undergone hysterectomy surgery and she is suffering from severe gynecological complications. The petitioner is also suffering from rheumatic arthritis and is suggested for knee replacement surgery. The petitioner has to travel 35 kilometers on a daily basis to attend the school. On 12th July 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the chairman.
Respondent number 7.
Which one is this? Page number?
It's page 24.
24 is board.
24 is chairman.
Hello, page 25, Miller.
25 is sub-inspector.
It's been copied to the chair.
The board. On 20, 12? July. On 12th July. On 12th July 2025, the petitioner made a representation before respondent numbers. No. Respondent number 4, 5 and
4 and 5 minutes. Secretary.
Respondent number 4, 5.
ক্লারিফাই করে দিচ্ছি চুপ কর দাঁড়া বলে দিই দাঁড়া
4, 5. However, no such representation has been made before the Chairman District Primary Council, School Council, Purbo Bardhaman. Respond number 7. ছবিটা এরকম করুন তো, ওখানে representation was made before the or contents on it. Before the appropriate authorities on 12 July 2025. However, no steps have been taken, hence this writ petition. Mr. Swansol, an advocate for the petitioner.
No date is mentioned in the petition. Representation, no date is mentioned.
Page 27. কি বলো? Submits that the matter be relegated to the appropriate authority for considering the representation of the petitioner. Mr. Sohibal Acharya, learned advocate for DPSC, Purbo Bardhaman, submits that no such representation has yet been made before the respond number 7.
Well, it may be granted to make a fresh comprehensive representation.
Purbo Bardhaman, respond number 7. However, in the event such representation is made, the authorities shall consider in due in accordance with law. Stop. Now, an advocate for the state, Mr. So-and-so, leaves the matter to the discretion of the court. It is found from the record that although the representation has been made before the respondent numbers 4 and 5, however, no such representation has been made before the respondent number 7, Chairman, District Primary School Council, Purbo Bardhaman. Accordingly, the petition is directed to is granted liberty to file a comprehensive representation before respondent number 7, Chairman, District Primary School Council, Purbo Bardhaman, within a period of 3 weeks from date. Upon such representation being made, the District Primary School Council, Purbo Bardhaman, Chairman, shall consider the same and dispose of the same in accordance with law upon notice to the petitioner by passing a reasoned order within a period of 80 weeks from date of receipt of the representation. Respond number 7 is at liberty to seek for medical examination of the petitioner if so required prior to consideration of the representation of the petitioner if so required prior to consideration of the representation of the petitioner. Disposed of.
Yeah, কত আছে 19
I'm for the petitioner, self-medical, Bankura to Paschim Medinipur. The application is page 26. Annex report.
Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record by the present petition. The petitioner seeks for
Inter-district transfer, Bankura to Paschim Medinipur.
seeks for a transfer from district of Bankura to
Paschim
Medinipur. DPSC Paschim Medinipur.
Yes, my lord, I am appearing for the.
I'm for the state.
Okay, okay. The petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher in Yasole Primary School, post Ladda Brahmodiha, District Bankura. The petitioner joined in the said school on 18 February 2021. The petitioner confirmation has been made.
Yes.
It's already complete.
Confirmed.
Yes, my lord.
Where have you stated?
Paragraph, my lord, 4.
The appointment of the petitioner has been approved by the Chairman, District Primary School Council, Pakura. The petitioner's home is 130 kilometers away from the school. The petitioner has to travel 260 kilometers per day up and down. The petitioner is suffering from several gynecological diseases. On which date?
26th August 2025.
On 26th August 2025, the petitioner made a representation before
Respondent number 4, my lord. Page 26, my lord, my actual.
Secretary, respondent number 4. Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking her transfer. However, this stops. However, the same is still pending consideration. Hence, this writ petition, Bakita. Liberty is granted to respondent number 4 to seek for medical examination of the petitioner is so required prior to consideration of the representation. Disposed of. দেখে নেবেন আগেরগুলো 8 weeks or 8 বলো নেক্সট
এই আমাদের এপিয়ারেন্সটা একটু দিয়ে দেন এপিয়ারেন্স তিনটেই আছে স্টেট কাউন্সিল হ্যাঁ 18 নম্বর করোরে 19
And for the petitioner, my lord, in item 19, this is intra-district transfer, my lord, Purbo Bardhaman on self-medical ground of the petitioner, my lord, severe gynecological disorder, my lord. The representation of the petitioner is at, my lord, page 31.
কত সবার হয়ে আছে
না 20 জানুয়ারি আছে 20টা এরপরটা জানেন না তো জানুয়ারি আছে 20টা এই যে
in affidavit service seeks transfer from which district to which district?
My lord, same district, my lord, within Purbo Bardhaman.
Same district?
Same district, my lord.
Seek direction for responding authorities to grant her transfer
সার্কেলের কথা বলে না ডিস্ট্রিক্টের কথা
to a nearby
ডিস্ট্রিক্টের কথা
school.
বলে
To a school nearby her residence upon consideration of a representation dated 9 September 2025. Petitioner contains that she is an assistant teacher of
Keja FP school.
Keja FP school under
Kala
Novogram Circle, Purbo Bardhaman. This petitioner suffered from transient ischemic attack TIA on 17th October 2023. তার আগে দিয়ে দিন the petitioner joined in the said school on 18th January 2011. The petitioner,
my lord, it will be 18
been
January
confirmed-
2021.
confirmed- yes,
18 January 2021, my lord. The petitioner is appointed in 2021, my lord. That is a typographical error, my lord, at paragraph.
দিয়ে দিন তো leave is granted to leave is on the prayer of learned advocate for the petitioner. Leave is granted to correct the date of joining in paragraph date of joining of the petition in paragraph number 2 of the writ petition. 21 করুন 18 January 2021. The petitioner has been confirmed in the service. তারপরে he suffered a transient ischemic attack TIA on 2023. The petitioner is also suffering from severe gynecological disorder with multiple fibroids, polycystic ovaries. On 9 September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before chairman. Respond number?
Respond number 5.
5. Chairman District Primary School Council, Purbo Bardhaman, seeking transfer. However, the same is pending consideration, hence this writ petition. Back it is same. Medical examination, liberty granted to respondent number 5. এখানে হচ্ছে
Development.
Yes, my lord. I am for the petitioner, my lord.
In the next matter, I am for the both the councils, Jhargram and Paschim Medinipur, my lord, DPSC.
Yes, yes. My lord, inter-district transfer application, my lord. This is the first time transfer application, my lord. And the distance is, my lord, 148 kilometers one side, my lord. Number one. Number two, my lord, I am surplus teacher, my lord. Kindly see the ratio of students and teacher. There are only 19 students and 3 permanent teachers. That means ratio is approx 1:6, my lord.
What should be the ratio?
My lord, that is annexure P7 and P8. Kindly see, my lord. Page 18 and page 19.
Page 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the page number?
Page 18, my lord.
There is no page number. There is no page numbers. No pagination has not been made.
In my copy of pagination is not there. Pagination is not there. He has not served the state also, my lord.
No, my lord, already.
Therefore, in the Sarthak, my lord, the copy is not there.
Learned advocate by affidavit service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record. Learned advocate for the petition is directed to serve. You have not been served.
No, already I will serve, my lord.
My lord, he has served the council and the board.
Yes.
He has not served the state, my lord, state respondents.
Who is for the state?
He has not served since, my lord, in the GP service has not been done. ওটা দরকার তো সার্থকের রেকর্ড থাকে
My lord, in the mean, direct
Don't
serve the anybody.
ইয়ে হবে তারপরে না না
there is no copy service copy is
Maybe
not
mistake, my lord, but I will serve to the
What
secretary.
mistake, sir? You are filing so many writ petitions without filing the government leader. How you move this application?
Maybe clerical mistake, my lord. Kindly excuse me. I will serve.
Who is filing the affidavit of service? You or your clerk?
My lord, I will.
Why it is to be indicated by the other side that the government leader has office or the government leader has not been served?
Extremely sorry, my lord. Kindly excuse me. If any mistake is there, I will serve in the.
Learned advocate for the petitioner seeks accommodation to serve upon the state respondents.
Resignation
Let such service be affected by the returnable date. Learned advocate for the petition is directed to.
My lord,
File
leave be
affidavit
granted to
service
him to, my lord, pagignate the, my lord, proper pagignation. Otherwise, it will be, my lord, further not necessary. কি বলছি রে জসেরকে বলে লিভ নিয়ে ঠিক করে নাও
ওরাও নিচ্ছে পেন
My repayment is in annexure
Yeah.
P9.
After 2 weeks.
Page 10.
লিভ নাও না
File affidavit service returnable date after 2 weeks. This will appear. After 2 weeks.
Due to illness, I could
Sir,
not appear.
Please serve upon the
Let the
officer.
matter be actually considered Then I will serve in the meantime, my lord. Kindly explain.
Complete the service and come back.
Appear, my lord.
Now, next your document.
My lord, kindly consider.
Lordship, item number 21, I am for the petitioner, Lordship. Lordship, item number 21, I am for the petitioner, Lordship. Lordship, is a pair for transfer on inter-district, Lordship, Uttar Dinajpur to Murshidabad, Lordship.
Copy has not been served, my lord.
Lordship,
Copy,
Lordship, may
copy, please.
submit one thing in item number 21. Hand service was not effected due to some problem in the department. I had posted to the government leader, learned government leader. I have given
Lord advocate for the petitioner seeks accommodation to by press affidavit of service showing service upon the office of the government leader, High Court, Calcutta. Release this matter after 2 weeks.
But copy has not served, my lord. DPS Uttar Dinajpur, my lord.
Lord advocate for the petitioner is directed to serve upon DPSC.
Let a copy be given to me also, Uttar Dinajpur district.
To DPSC Uttar Dinajpur and
I have
Murshidabad.
already given to Murshidabad actually.
Serve a copy. If it is not served, serve a copy of that. Next.
এটা কোন ডিস্ট্রিক্ট
2 weeks for
হুগলি
My lord, I am for the petitioner. Daughter medical ground, my lord, Uttar Dinajpur.
yes উত্তর দিনাজপুর দুটোই আছে
My application page, my lord, 38 annexer P5.
DPSC
both the DPS I represent my lord উত্তর দিনাজপুর to হুগলি my lord
My application, my lord, page 38, my lord.
affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities to grant her transfer.
Daughter,
Transfer from which place to which place?
my lord, Uttar Dinajpur to Hugli.
From the district of Uttar Dinajpur to district of Hugli. The petitioner contends that she is an assistant teacher of Bilaspur FT School, post Bilaspur Police Station, Colon Dighi, District Uttar Dinajpur. The petitioner joined in the said school on 6th August 2021. The appointment of the petitioner has been duly approved by the chairman, District Primary School Council, Uttar Dinajpur.
lordship
The petitioner home is about 406 kilometers from the present place of posting. The petitioner has to travel 812 kilometers. What is this? What you are writing? 812 kilometers per day you are covering.
No, he's now residing nearest his school.
yes
No, in para 6 it states that she has to cover per day 812 kilometers. Is it possible?
Has to stay in the rented place near school.
The petitioner has to travel now. The petitioner has to stay in a rented accommodation near the school. The petitioner daughter is suffering from recurrent depression disorder RDD from 17 September 2021.
Suffering from heart disease and gynosis.
The petitioner has minor children. The petitioner on 6th August 2024, the petitioner made a representation before Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary Education for seeking transfer. However, this same has not been considered as yet. Hence, this petition, the same medical examination liberty. Liberty is granted to the secretary to cause necessary medical examination. Medical ground এর দিয়েছে না ওটা কেটে দিন বাচ্চা দিয়েছে তো প্রডিউস করবে ওটা বাদ দিয়ে দিন নেক্সট
23 Millard. I am I am appearing for the petitioner, my lord. It is a distance ground transfer application. It is an intra-district transfer. My lord,
এই 21-22 দুটোতেই
it is an intra-district transfer, my lord. I have joined on 26th of April 2017
এই দুটোই
and
কি?
Govardhanpur
21-22
Pre-Primary School, Purbo Bardhaman. And my confirmation has service has confirmed on 12th of December 2024. I made a transfer application before the DP chairman, DPSC Purbo Bardhaman, which needs to be considered by the concerned authority, who is the answering respondent is, my lord, respondent number 3. Shoyalda. Purbo 23. Copy there, copy there. Copy there.
You have not. Service have been affected.
Yes, yes, yes. Upon Mr. Tanveer J. Ahmed, I have annexed it.
কত এটা কত রে আইটেম
23. Both the Mr. Tanveer Ahmed and Mr.
yes yes wallet kindly takes it up.
Affidavit service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks for direction upon the responding authorities for her transfer to a school nearby her residence. The petitioner contends that he is an assistant teacher
Govardhanpur Pre-Primary School, Purbo.
in Govardhanpur Pre-Primary School, Post Govardhan District, Purbo Bardhaman. The petitioner joined in the said school on
26th April 2017.
26th April 2017. The service of the petitioner has been confirmed with effect from 26th April 2019. The petitioner has to travel 69 kilometers one side,
69 kilometers.
Which is causing great hardship. The petitioner on which date this was made?
29th of August 2025.
29th August 2025, the petitioner applied, made representation before respondent number 3, Chairman District Primary School Council, Purbo Bardhaman, for his seeking transfer of a semi-spending consideration. No, medical examination. 3.
এই নাম দিয়ে দিয়েছেন তো ব্যাস গল্প শেষ।
At 24 minute time for the petitioner. District transfer from
23
South 24 Pargona to Purbo Medinipur. This is the inter-district transfer. Petitioner is seeking transfer from South 24 Pargona to Paschim Medinipur. Pardon me, is Purbo Medinipur. Transfer, I have joined in the service in the year 20th March 2018. Service has duly been confirmed, and subsequently petitioner made a inter-district transfer on the ground of distance to the board, which required to be considered by the board. Respondent number 3 is the secretary authority, and my transfer
distance ground.
Distance ground. This way, distance ground. 5 years has completed, so my right accrued. Page 15 is the my transfer application to the appropriate authority. Page 15, 1-5.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary.
No.
Affidavit service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities for grant of transfer from the district Uttar Dinajpur,
No, my lord, it is
South
South 24
24
Purbo
Parganas to Hooghly,
Purbo Medinipur.
Purbo Medinipur. DPSC, who is representing?
Yes, my lord, led by Gaurav Dash, my lord, on for South DPSC, my lord.
And Purbo Medinipur?
But Purbo Medinipur is not the answering respondent. DPSC South is the answering respondent. South. I am my lord, I am working in the DP under the DPSC South.
Okay. Petitioner. That will be considered by the board.
Yeah.
The petitioner contains that he joined
Purbo Medinipur.
in the he is an assistant teacher in Uttar Devipur Adivasi Free Primary School, Maipit Coastal District, South 24 Parganas. Petitioner joined in the said school on joined the state
March
in Corona.
March 20.
Joined the state school. Joined the state school on 20th March 2018. The service of the petitioner confirmed.
Yes, ma'am.
The service of the petitioner has been confirmed.
Yes.
The petitioner has to travel 245 kilometers one way to attend the school. 12. Petitioner on 29th September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the
respondent number 3.
Respondent number 3, Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer in consideration. Disposed of.
Great. That I am for the petitioner, but it is inter-district transfer from Milord Murshidabad to Milord Murshidabad to Milord Birbhum. That petitioner is seeking, transfer from Milord from Murshidabad to Birbhum on the ground that petitioner is a widow. Petitioner became a widow, and matrimonial home is situated nearby to the place of the school. Petitioner facing some trouble. That ground is a special ground. Widow, divorcee or widow is a special ground as per transfer rule below. So petitioner is seeking inter-district transfer. Moreover, petitioner has completed 5 years of service. So it is not a bar, it is just like a medical ground transfer.
Oh, yes. It is a special ground.
Yes, there is a special ground. Rule ওই যে উইডো ডাইভোর্স উইডো দে একবার উল্টাতে দে একবারে
146, yes. Female teachers facing serious problem diverse death of husband. Assume affidavit service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record by the present.
Death certificate I have annexed. Page 15 is my husband's case. Page 15. It's a recent date, 2024 date. 5th of February 2024. It has been, my husband has been died.
By the present petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities for her transfer from district, which district of?
Murshidabad to Birbhum.
District of Murshidabad to district of Birbhum. The petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher in 61 Tilera Primary School, Post Sahora, District Murshidabad. the petitioner joined the said school on 13th February 2010. Upon completion of mandatory probation period, the service of the petitioner has been confirmed with effect from 13th February 2012. On 5th February 2024, the husband of the petitioner, namely Pamdev Bhalla, died, and the petitioner became a widow. On 9th September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the secretary, respondent number 2, Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer on special ground. However, the same is pending consideration. Hence, this writ petition, Mr. Sudeep Ghosh Chaudhary, learned advocate, তার submissions যা থাকে, ঠিক আছে? Consider within 8 weeks, disposed of. তিনটে টাইম দিয়েছে?
To ask for the respondent number 126.
পাশে রেখে দিই, পাশে সব
Crowded elevator, that's all.
Oh.
শেষ হয়নি? আজকে শেষ করে Lord, if your lordship recalls, Lord, on the last occasion, I was placing, my lord, paragraph 29 of the affidavit in opposition. I'm sorry, paragraph 27. Paragraph 27 of the affidavit in opposition. And my lord, I know that in reply, I should confine myself, my lord, only to law. But this is the sole fact that I'm showing, my lord, just to deal with the new documents that the oil company produced after conclusion of arguments. Lordship recalls, my lord, they filed some new documents.
This is affidavit in opposition of respondent number 7.
No, my lord, 126, the oil company. 7 has no locus, my lord. 7, there wasn't then the inquiry. He's a pro forma party, really.
What is the date of that? Affirmed on which day?
23rd July 2021, Your Lordship.
Okay.
23rd July.
By Subroto Mallik.
I Subroto Mallik.
Yes. Paragraph number?
Paragraph number 27 at page 24.
Yes, yes.
May I just, my lord, say the context in which I was citing this? My lord, the impugned order has been passed by the prosecutor, as your lordship remembers in this matter. Their contention was, now in the arguments, that he is a mere intimator of the order. He is not the decision maker. The decisions have been taken by the appropriate authorities, and he only is communicating such decision. And I had placed the order before your lordship to show that it is him who is speaking, because it's a detailed order giving some reasons, although my lord incorrect, and then it contains his signature. So he's the speaking order. The order doesn't refer to who within the organization took a decision, what kind of adjudication took place before which authority, nothing. And I, my lord, now propose to show that this is a complete U-turn that they are taking, because on oath, they have said that it is his decision, that the prosecutor, he was authorized to take the decision. Kindly now, my lord, because my lord, the entire argument now is different, that he is a mere communicator. So my lord, firstly, from bare perusal of the order, it is evident that he is not communicating. He signed the order which is, my lord, making findings against me. Number one. So that on that footing also, my lord, their submission is incorrect, that he is a mere communicator, because their word won't count. Your lordship will peruse the order and arrive at a conclusion, and I have placed the order. And I have also cited, my lord, the guilt decision, where on affidavit you can't make or worse what the order is. The order has to be evaluated as it stands, because otherwise there's no end to, my lord, the extent to which orders can be made better by the government. Now, my lord, kindly see paragraph 27. So on that front, my lord, I had argued that the order anyway is not his order. It's
already over, your lordship. This person has already
But-
argued several times.
but 27.
Supposed to reply on the
Please,
points.
I never interrupted you when you were
No,
making.
this is an endless process, your lordship.
Now kindly
It's going
see,
on for several days.
kindly see paragraph 27, my lord.
Several times he has referred this.
My lord, they have produced new documents before your lordship. My lord, I need to at least deal with those. Kindly see paragraph 27 now. With reference to the allegations contained in paragraph 44, 45, 46 of the petition, I deny and dispute. Then, my lord, kindly consider the next sentence. I deny that the impugned letter of termination dated so and so is not only in gross violation of principles of natural justice, but absolutely without jurisdiction. Next one, mark that, my lord. I deny that the DGMRS, he is the prosecutor, my lord. Kindly note this. I deny that the DGMRS is not the competent authority to terminate the dealership of the petitioner. So by this denial, they are implying that no, we are not. He is authorized to terminate the dealership, and this DGMRS is, my lord, the prosecutor. Now they're taking a U-turn that no, he's just a mere communicator of the order. Next, I state that termination was not made under the marketing discipline guideline, my lord, which I have cited, my lord, abundant decisions to show that those are binding. And as such, guideline has nothing to do with the termination of dealership of the petitioner. I deny that the provision of clause 8.5.2 or so and so have been followed while issuing the termination letter. I repeat that the termination of dealership of the petitioner was made in accordance with the dealership agreement and not in accordance with the guidelines. Categorical admission. Dealership agreement says that if these things happen, you can terminate. But well, dealership agreement doesn't specify the manner and mode in which an authority will deal with an allegation of termination. That squarely is covered under the guidelines. And they themselves say that they didn't follow the guidelines. Guideline says head of state will make the decision. Now they've taken a U-turn after producing some additional documents that, oh, the decision was taken by the head of state, but this prosecutor was a mere communicator. And on oath, initially the case was completely opposite. They say, no, he's the one who's authorized and he's the one who's done it. And they've denied my contention that he did not have authority as prosecutor to also decide on the matter. Complete, my lord, dichotomous, my lord, views. Now, my lord, kindly have a look, my lord, at the additional documents that they have disclosed in this context. My lord, does your lordship have this? My lord, proposal for termination, my lord. This is something like this they have filed.
This was filed with the supplementary.
No, my lord, this has been tendered just after, my lord, conclusion of the arguments. They said that we have some photocopies, we can't find the originals. Originals have not been produced. Your lordship remembers, my lord. So, my lord, I had cited, my lord, decisions to say that this cannot be looked into.
You have an extra copy of that, which you have.
Later.
10-2 or 2-2, 12.
10-2 এটা হ্যাঁ এটা দিন হ্যাঁ এটাই 212 আছে
Was not 2-12.
yes well 10-2 and 212 now my lord kindly see that 10-2-2021
So was dealt with by learned friend when it was produced and your lordship has.
my lord I had argued
Lordship, lordship question.
my lord he can't treat me like his client has treated my client. At least at the bar we are equal.
I'm asking. I am.
This is exactly the oil company's conduct when my lord the proceedings were on before the oil company.
Treating you.
At least my lord state lawyer should treat the council equally. My lord, if the state doesn't at least treat the citizen equally,
Okay.
at least the council should my lord, treat the petitioner's council
You
equally.
are referring to?
Yes, my lord, kindly see 10th February 2021, my lord, they have filed something. Now, my lord, I had argued, and your lordship, my lord, was listening to those submissions when I said that this cannot be looked into because in a writ petition, everything has to be placed on affidavit. If nothing is placed on affidavit, after conclusion of arguments, moreover, you can't treat the court like a letterbox. My lord, those were the decisions which my lord, they did. So I objected that they should not be looked into. But there's an exception. It can be looked into for the petitioner's advantage, not to the petitioner's prejudice. The decision that I cited even contained, my lord, this, that it can be looked into for the limited reason of favoring the petitioner, if indeed it benefits him, but not to his prejudice, or rather the, my lord, to the benefit of the party who is not producing the document. My lord, now kindly, my lord, see this. This is, my lord, 10th February 2021. My lord, some findings are made. This is not, my lord, the authority, my lord, who heard the matter. My lord, kindly come straight away to the last page, my lord, signature. Approval sought. Kindly see there, my lord. Is your lordship the approval sought?
Yes.
Yes. View above. So all the allegations against me have been made. Decision has been taken. After deciding, my lord, view above, so and so is requested to accord approval for termination for violation of clause so and so. So entire decision making exercise which they say somebody else did and that this prosecutor just communicated the decision, it is not so. The entire decision has been made, my lord, and then your lordship will see they have just, my lord, as a clerical exercise, placed it for approval of, my lord, somebody whom they now say, my lord, is the competent authority. Although on oath they've denied that no, this person was the correct authority. And my lord, then at the bottom, my lord, kindly see.
No, the person
This
who
is scanned.
signing on the left hand side.
Yes.
He is the prosecutor.
DGMRS, yes.
Okay. Yes. Next page.
And my lord, then your lordship will, my lord, see at the bottom. This is a scanned copy of the original document shared by emails internally. So, my lord, it's a scan that they've given. This is not even, my lord, the original. The least that the state can do is, my lord, produce originals. My lord, that also, my lord, they haven't done. That too, my lord, after conclusion of arguments. And my lord, then kindly see the next page. Kindly see, my lord, 10.2, your lordship sees there. Since dealership had violated clause so and so. Kindly see there. Since dealership had violated clause so and so, it is recommended for termination of Ratulia filing station. Your lordship sees the last line. And my lord, then again the signature. My lord, kindly see there, DGMRS, WBSO. He is the prosecutor. So the entire exercise is his. And he just, my lord, throws it upon somebody. And that person, my lord, among 100 other things, has, my lord, put his thumb.
Yes.
And my lord, I have, so number one, that he himself has done it. Even then, the person who hears has to be the person who decides. somebody who hasn't heard me cannot make a decision. That on that also, my lord, basic, my lord, rules I've, my lord, cited, my lord, decisions. So, my lord, if at all this is to be looked into, my lord, it is to be looked into for my advantage. And even, my lord, the other, my lord, that they have filed, 2/12/2020. There also, my lord, some, my lord, internally, my lord, they have again photocopies. And, my lord, approval sought.
What is 212? What is this document?
My lord, this is, my lord, pre-enquiry.
Okay.
Some of them are, my lord, not legible in what context, my lord, they've handed these over. But, my lord, the fact of the matter is that the entire exercise of, my lord, decision making has not been done by the person, my lord, who's authorized under the marketing guidelines to, my lord, make a decision. And they have admitted in their pleadings that this was not to be done. Now, when, my lord, we've shown law, we've cited decisions to show that marketing guidelines are binding, etc. Now, my lord, they've taken a U-turn to perhaps, my lord, bring these documents, my lord, out of thin air. That, oh, no, internally there was a drill and we don't have originals, but this we've exchanged some photocopies. And yes, he's right. The prosecutor did not decide anything. He only passed the order for confirmation. It was confirmed by some other person. I mean, this is, my lord, how the state deals, my lord, with a citizen. Now, my lord, their decisions, my lord, one by one, my lord, I will not, my lord, cite, my lord, their decisions. Only, my lord, I'll just give the reference of the decision and how it's different and doesn't apply. And in my written note, your lordship will see, my lord, each decision I have. My lord, otherwise, this will be a never-ending exercise, as my friend said. My lord, the first point, my lord, that was argued. First, my lord, point was argued. If Mr. Basu was, my lord, representing the oil company, if your lordship remembers, yes, he said that the phrase any arrangement has to have a very wide interpretation. And that even if there is an oral arrangement of me taking on somebody, then I violate the dealership agreement. That he says that there doesn't have to be a partnership. Any arrangement, because the clause says partnership or any arrangement. My lord, my submission is that, my lord, the words, my lord, cannot be, my lord, treated in isolation. It has to be, my lord, read in context of what is there before the words and after the words. Very, very, my lord, basic principle of, my lord, interpretation of statutes also, that a word has to be given a meaning based on what is there before and after. So this any arrangement, as he said, wide interpretation, cannot be in any arrangement under the sun. Otherwise, my lord, if I am running a petrol pump and I employ somebody at 15,000 rupees a month salary as, my lord, the person who, my lord, fills petrol, or someone who, my lord, cleans the car or changes tires, my lord, even then I'll be violating the deed. So, my lord, this is, my lord, an absurd thing to say that any arrangement has to be given the widest possible meaning. It, my lord, cannot be so. Any arrangement in the nature of a partnership, which I have always denied, where the nature and character of the entity who is contracting with the oil company changes. So this, my lord, this argument, my lord, is perhaps incorrect. That any arrangement, even oral, he said, even an oral arrangement will violate. Right? It can't really be. It's impractical. Absurd. There'll be no dealership then. If, my lord, we are yet to reach the levels, my lord, of the first world countries where 1% runs the entire petrol pump. Often, my lord, in the West, your lordship, my lord, will find that persons park their own car, get down, fill the fuel, and then, because, my lord, labor is very costly. But, my lord, in India, my lord, I'm yet to come across, my lord, a petrol pump where a single person is running the entire pump and dealing with the flow of, my lord, buses, trucks, and cars. Then, my lord, kindly, then, my lord, consider the next point that my lord, he argued was, my lord, that the delay was, my lord, because 3 years, my lord, delay, and then again 2 years, and action has been taken, my lord, nearly 6 years after the initial complaint. He said delay was there because we were busy doing our fact-finding investigation. Your lordship put a question to him. Where in your affidavit have you said so? Not there. He conceded. This is not anywhere in the affidavit. Secondly, if there is an investigation done, where is that report? Should it not have been given to me? Has that report of investigation that you took 5 years for, has it been made part of the process? Nothing. Just, my lord, across the bar that we were delayed for 6 years. This is to overcome the acquiescence point which I took. Then, my lord, he has, my lord, said that anyway delay doesn't prejudice him. How is it prejudicing him? I am running a pump. I am making investment after investment, day after day. I am employing people after people. And my lord, if you deal with me and behave with me in a manner over some years, which makes me more and more dependent upon a business, higher will be the loss when overnight you come and stop it. Which is why the principle of acquiescence comes in. That if you have behaved in a manner that has induced a person to continue doing something, suddenly then you can't take a U-turn. So if something happened in 2015, you should have closed it then. So I'd say the longer acquiescence, the more prejudicial such an adverse action will be to somebody. Then, my lord, the next point, my lord, that was argued was that at page 93, I made an apology. So there is an admission. So natural justice doesn't apply. I have admitted. My lord, I have shown correspondence that after that apology, I have written several letters saying that no, that apology was a standard form apology which I was asked to submit by your officer, but it is not so, and I am not admitting charges. And until one day before the inquiry, until the eve of the inquiry, they kept telling me, you apologize and I will close it. You apologize, we'll rectify it. And I said, no, I will not apologize. Why should I apologize for something that I have not done? Because I don't want my name, my lord, to be dragged into some sort of any association with somebody who's, my lord, a criminal. Because this person, my lord, who was, my lord, assisting me, ultimately, my lord, he, my lord, was being inquired for some criminal charges. So I didn't want to, my lord, be associated with him at all. So I told him, don't come to the pump anymore. All this, my lord, is on facts. Your lordship will remember we've argued this at length. Then, my lord, they say, my lord, that the chapter 8 of the marketing discipline guidelines is only in connection with chapter 5. It only deals with adulteration. It doesn't deal with any other kind of punishment for any other reason, other violation. Kindly, my lord, consider now the marketing discipline guidelines. The relevant, my lord, portions are there. Piyush, give me my note. Where are the guidelines? Yes. My lord, kindly take page 122 of the writ petition, page 123.
This you have completed, no? This,
yes,
your submission with regard to 212 and 1012, you have completed.
Yes, my lord, nothing. Kindly do not look into it, my lord.
Worship, I have copies.
No, this you have filed.
I have already filed. I have
It's not
copies.
necessary.
Because the Worship wants
No, it's not necessary. Here. Page number 193.
Yes, 123, my lord, of the writ petition. I'm, my lord, expeditiously trying to proceed point by point, my lord. Hopefully, I'll be able to, my lord, conclude today. Kindly, my lord, take page 123. Yes. My lord, is your lordship there? Now, my lord, this is, my lord, chapter 8.
No.
My lord, kindly see action to be taken by OMC under the marketing discipline guidelines.
I have already filed the entire guideline.
Yes.
I have already filed the entire guideline. If Worship wants to.
Very well, my lord. My notes are here. Yeah, so
The entire only 2 pages there. I have filed the entire guidelines.
Okay.
So, my lord,
Yes.
Yes. My lord, kindly see the action to be taken by OMC under the marketing discipline guidelines. Now, my lord, 8.1 is very important. All irregularities mentioned in chapter 5 are classified into 3 categories: critical, major, and minor. So, in other words, there is nothing left in chapter 5 that is not classified into one of these categories. All irregularities are classified into 3, which means that there is nothing left in chapter 5 that is not classified among these 3 categories. See, critical, major, 8.2, 8.2. Hurry, come on, yeah. Don't treat me like your client treated my client. Kindly, my lord, see, critical irregularities, your lordship will see that. And then my major irregularities, 8.2. And this is not just to do with adulteration. It has 100 other things like short delivery of product, non-payment of salary, wages, non-maintenance of the records for inspection. It is not just confined to adulteration. Like Mr. Basu said, this only is applicable to cases of oil adulteration. It is not so. Pettiest of my lord, infractions are mentioned here. Now, my lord, minor irregularities. My lord, kindly then see 8.5.1. The above are general guidelines and the actions prescribed are minimum. The competent authority of the concerned oil company can, however, take appropriate higher action against the erring dealer if deemed necessary, including termination in the first or any instance in line with the provisions of the agreement. Next, all cases of irregularities needs to be established before any action is taken against a dealer. All cases. It doesn't say all cases above or all cases under 5. And then 8.5.4 seals the deal. Kindly turn to the next page, my lord. Eight 8.5.4, my lord. 8.5, 8.5.4.
So this you have indicated.
Yes, no, my lord. In case of irregularities not specially mentioned covered above.
This you have argued.
Yes, no, my lord. They argued that these are, my lord, only this entire chapter only applies to offenses, my lord.
That we have to see what is examine the entire marketing guidelines and see whether it is only confined to adulteration or it has other aspects also.
Yes. So, my lord, there are many other aspects. And my lord, the guideline itself says in case of irregularities not specially covered above. And earlier it said all irregularities under chapter 5 are covered. So this has to be, my lord, an irregularity beyond chapter 5. Otherwise, what's the purpose of this? And decisions have been cited that the guidelines are binding. And my lord, they have clearly pleaded that the guidelines are not binding. Now, my lord, the decisions, my lord, that they have, this is all, my lord, that they really argued. And my lord, the decisions that they cited, may I just distinguish them one after the other? My lord, one more point, my lord, I must point out, Mr. Basu had taken, that if natural justice is violated, how is it that I have been worse off? Maybe if they were diligent enough not to take the word of this dishonest complainant as the gospel truth and instead called him, at least examined him, or at least allowed me to put some questions to him, maybe, my lord, the truth would have been unveiled. Clear, my lord, violation. And I have, my lord, cited decisions to show what natural justice encompasses.
Complainant is the daughter.
Sorry?
Complainant is
Yes,
the daughter.
yes. To her. Anyway, it's a hearsay complaint of which they've taken note. Had the prosecutor, my lord, not been the decision maker, maybe things would have been different. Had I been allowed to present to the concerned, my lord, person who's the head of the state, and had he interacted with me, my lord, maybe the decision may have been different. Had I just apologized one day before the inquiry that I'm admitting I'm wrong, let's close this ego battle, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, I'm running as a proprietor, still matter would have been closed. Now, my lord, the decisions that they cited. My lord, first decision.
This is by the IOCL or response number 7?
No, my lord, IOCL. My lord, 2006, volume 2, SCC 364.
2006 volume?
Volume 2, SCC 364. They, my lord, cited this decision. Are you carrying a printout of my notes? Yeah. My lord, they have spoken, my lord, about judicial restraint, my lord, in administrative exercises. My lord, I am not denying the proposition of law. There's a judicial restraint. Of course, your lordship is not, my lord, a court of appeal. But, my lord, your lordship will not look into the manner in which, my lord, a treatment is being given. That has to be seen. All decisions say that the court will not test the decision on merits, maybe, but the process. Whirlpool line of decisions, my lord. In the facts of this case, my lord, a pilot training cadet, my lord, was navigating, and then, my lord, he was found to have alcohol in his system. He was smelling of liquor. My lord, there was a proper inquiry, there was cross-examination, and ultimately, my lord, High Court, my lord, sympathized with, my lord, his youth, and, my lord, gave him some relaxation, and the Supreme Court then interfered and said no. So, not completely different facts. My lord, neither am a pilot, my lord, nor have I consumed alcohol, and nor have I undergone an inquiry for the same. Then, my lord, the next decision that they cited. (2006) Volume 7, SCC 558. My lord, they cited this for the proposition that mere natural justice violation is not enough. You have to also show how have you been prejudiced by such violation. My lord, I need not argue, my lord. Your lordship knows in this matter how I have been prejudiced and how things could have been different if I was treated fairly. Then, my lord, 2007, Volume 8, SCC 449.
2007, volume 8.
SCC, page 449. My lord, they cited this for the proposition that when there is a suppression of fact, then no relief can be granted. My lord, this doesn't apply to me because I haven't suppressed any facts. And what the fact that they, my lord, accuse me of suppressing is that I entered into a partnership. But I did not enter into a partnership. That's the entire thing that had to be decided by the, my lord, the authority. And even if they concluded after that I was in a partnership, they had the discretion to ask me to revise, which they did. They wanted me to apologize and revise this. No law binds them. My lord, unlike my lord, shooting somebody, I will be punished. It can't be compounded. But here it's discretion. They have the right to terminate if I have done X. But just because I have done X, they have to terminate. It's not so.
Yes.
I had argued this, my lord, initially. So, my lord, suppress. Then, my lord, they, my lord, cited, my lord, 1997, 3 SCC 657. And, my lord, they also, for the same proposition, they cited 2012 to SCC 641, that High Court is not in appeal.
6.
My lord, 1997, volume 3,
And
SCC 657.
Yes.
They cited paragraph 6.
Okay.
My lord,
Another one, 20,
another one 2012, volume 2, SCC 641.
641.
My lord, the proposition essentially in these decisions, my lord, that they cited was that High Court is not to evaluate evidence like a court of appeal. My lord, I'm not asking your lordship to do that. I'm not going into, my lord, witness action and what, nothing. I'm saying they have not done things correctly. And my lord, now, my lord, the arguments, my lord, of the arguments, my lord, of, my lord, the private complainant. Huh?
11, volume 1, CHN, 16.
For what proposition? Huh?
Administrative action.
Anyway, my lord. My lord, I have cited, my lord, Supreme Court decisions that insofar as fairness, equity, natural justice, these principles are concerned, whether it's administrative, quasi-judicial, judicial, everybody has to be fair. Everybody has to be equitable, and everybody has to follow principles of natural justice. It's been settled, my lord, since 1968 that administrative action is at par with quasi-judicial or judicial action in the Kripal case. My lord, followed by Justice Krishna Iyer and so on.
Yes.
My lord, now, my lord, the complainant, my lord, firstly, she has no locus because everything that she's saying is hearsay. Her father, who's actually, my lord, supposed to have so-called personal knowledge, has never come forward. So her hearsay should be completely disregarded anyway. Number one. Number two, she did not participate in the inquiry. So she can't enhance the quality of inquiry by putting up a trial here, because this is exactly what the oil company is saying shouldn't happen. That the High Court should not hold a trial. So when the person didn't participate in the inquiry, my lord, there's no point, my lord, giving them an audience here. Because they've had the audience, but my lord, it should not, my lord, be taken into account. My lord, that apart, on law, my lord, they cited a decision, my lord, Amritsar gas supply. Your lordship will see that decision. In the facts of that case, my lord, he argued that you can claim damages. He said you can claim damages, but there should be no other relief. If you are aggrieved, you claim damages. I am not claiming damages in this writ petition. But if at all somebody is aggrieved, if at all damages are to be claimed, damages can only be claimed if the termination is correct in law. If the termination itself is unconstitutional, if the termination, my lord, is incorrect, if the termination is unconstitutional, if the termination is a nullity, then, my lord, the question of damages arises. So the first foremost question is, my lord, whether at all this termination, my lord, is valid, whether it is to be sustained or quashed. I'm not praying for damages here. I will have 100 forums to go and claim compensation or damages. Because this is, my lord, a civil death. Today, this will, my lord, haunt me because for a certain number of years, I will not be able to, my lord, deal with any other government oil company. I have right, my lord, of employment, my lord, under my lord, Articles 15, 16. Equal treatment of employment. Opportunities. Now, my lord, just...
Point number 7. Yes.
So I am not claiming damages here. I know that my remedy, I can claim damages. I'll go to the correct forum if I have to claim damages. But here I'm only on, my lord, adjudicating whether my treatment has been fair and equitable as per the constitution or not. This is the sole, my lord, ambit of the writ petition. Will your lordship, my lord, not give me a finding on whether, my lord, the termination, and I have cited, my lord, several decisions of the Supreme Court in petroleum contracts where the court has held that no, this termination was wrong. Court will not evaluate, my lord, how much damages, all these 3-4 years that I have not been able to do business, how much loss I have suffered. I'm not expecting your lordship to adjudicate that. Of course, that remedy is there. If I'm a greedy citizen, I'll exercise that remedy. If I'm not as greedy a person, I may not exercise that remedy also. But I have a right to have my name cleared. This blemish.
Okay.
And in the facts of that case, my lord, may I also point out my lord, the aggrieved party had filed a suit. He had not filed a writ petition. He had filed a suit claiming, my lord, contractual wrongs. He didn't approach the writ court in the facts of that case. And, my lord, that suit ultimately culminated into an arbitration proceeding.
What is the citation?
Yes, my lord. Give me that. 1991, Volume 1, SCC 533. And in the facts of that case, my lord, the court observed that this was a terminable contract. Any party could give 1 month's notice and terminate the contract. So, number one, that contract was easily terminable. Any party could give notice and terminate. Number two, the person aggrieved by the termination filed a suit. And that suit ultimately culminated into arbitration. Here, my lord, none of these, my lord, facets apply. And, my lord, one more thing I must point out. My lord, there is a difference between, my lord, a dealership where, my lord, I am the owner and I put in all the investment. Invest, my lord, lakhs and crores of rupees to set up a petrol pump. Then next month, if you terminate, my lord, I'll go and, my lord, fight a suit for 10 years. Or I'll, my lord, claim, my lord, money in an arbitration. As opposed to a, my lord, dealership where the oil company owns the land, where oil company has all its infrastructure, and they just engage a dealer who's equipped in running the petrol pump. Then if they throw him out after 2 or 3 months or 4 months, he hardly has, my lord, much of a grievance because he had no investment. This is a kind of dealership where it's my land and I have put in capital.
Yes.
These questions are not even, my lord, gone into that decision. And that is a decision of 1991. And, my lord, I have cited subsequent decisions where, my lord, courts have come down heavily. My lord, this is, my lord, the decision he cited. Other decisions, my lord, he cited were on, my lord, he has said that I have not pleaded clearly. I have clever drafting, vague pleadings. My lord, those are, my lord, fairly, my lord, neither here nor there. There is no vague drafting. There is no vague pleading. Facts are completely different. My lord, I'm humbly praying, my lord. Kindly, my lord, set aside, my lord, this termination order, my lord. My lord, clear my name, my lord. Whether your lordship, my lord, directs them to resume oil supply, or whether your lordship directs them to reconsider my case or whatever it might be, my lord. But, my lord, one thing is non-negotiable, that, my lord, my name has to be cleared. Because, my lord, because of this, today, I cannot enter into, my lord, for the same land, I cannot enter into a contract, my lord, with any other petrol pump. I am sitting idle. Frankly, today, my lord, I may not even need the business anymore. Because terms have become sour. My lord, once, my lord, there is a dispute, it's difficult to, my lord, do business unless things are cordial. But because of, my lord, this, my lord, action against me, my lord, I cannot contract with other oil companies.
Okay.
My name has to be, my lord, cleared.
Okay, file here.
I'm here for my honor. My lord, I will, within, my lord, 3 days or 7 days. If your lordship can give me, my lord, just 7 days to, my lord, file my written note.
Your?
My notes are ready. Lordship, only one thing I have already submitted to your lordship is the delegation of termination authority. Already submitted.
My lord, one more new document.
No, not new document. This was submitted. This was submitted. Just kindly have a look only, lordship.
Give me a copy.
You have already given a copy.
What?
The delegation of authority. As a when it was subbed upon you when you were the centenary building.
Where is the authority?
This was there only. In case of Kolkata head office, executive director, DGM, and CGM, they are authorized to terminate. This is a delegation of authority. This was of 2016 document.
I have never been given a hearing before any of these people. My hearing was before some other person, and the prosecutor has passed the order. Whether these people approve that or not, it can't stand.
See.
That's my written of argument.
Rashid Lakhmani, learned advocate for the petitioner, who concludes his argument. Is yours.
My learned friend has just submitted that there was a horrible complaint. There was a written submission. Getting the call, I have instruction from my client that learned client has already looked at the petrol pump report as on date.
Sorry?
The petrol pump has been
removed.
Dismantled.
There is a stay. There is a.
I'm just informing the court.
My name has to be cleared.
He seeks short accommodation to file his written notes of argument. Para. Written notes of argument filed by respond numbers 1 to 6, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, is taken on record. Next line, written notes of argument filed on behalf of respondent 7 is also taken on record. In this product, date bolo, we did file for it.
No, they will file the notice of argument.
Or even if your lordship makes it, my lord, even if your lordship makes it CAV,
10 দিনের মাথায় একটা ডেট বলো, ওই সেদিন রিটার্ন
my lord, may I suggest one thing, my lord? My lord, if your lordship makes it,
matter on
my lord, if your lordship makes it CAV,
date the
we'll, my lord, mention and file it, my lord.
10 days এর মাথায় ডেট দাও।
Date রাখুন।
11th. ঠিক আছে, 11th এর offer.
My lord, I was suggesting if your lordship closes it today.
No, on that day you file your, we'll close that on that day. On
Very
11th or 12th. 12th কত তারিখ? দেখো 12 তারিখ কি বার পড়ছে? 12th Thursday. Or 12th.
12th February.
Thursday.
11th তো এগুলো আছে তো? সেকেন্ড হাফে যে কোনো একটা টাইমে ফাইল করো।
What's about 3 p.m.?
At 2 p.m. you file that?
I'm grateful, my lord. This matter has been going on for some time.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Grateful for your patient hearing.
I am appealing for the state.
And for the petitioner, my lord, at 26. It's an inter-district transfer, my lord, from Paschim Medinipur to Purbo Bardhaman, my lord, on the ground of, my lord, distance and surplus teacher and distance.
5 years cover.
Yes, sir. Petitioner is appointed in the year 2017. I confirm. With the representation-
Affidavit of service filed on behalf, you are for Bardhaman. Sir is for?
I'm for the state which means.
What is the answering response?
Purbo Bardhaman. Affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petition is taken on record. By the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities to grant transfer from district
Within the same district.
from district of Purbo Bardhaman.
From Paschim Medinipur to
From Paschim Medinipur to Purbo Bardhaman. So who will be the answering council? Purbo Bardhaman or Paschim
No,
Medinipur?
it has to be posting. Board will take a decision.
No, no, which of the DPSC will be the answerable in this? Not required.
No. It is inter-district. Only the board.
The petitioner contains that district allegation from which petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher. She is an assistant teacher of
Jemuasol Adivasi Primary School.
Jemuasol Adivasi Primary School, Godbeta East Circle, Paschim Medinipur. District Paschim Medinipur. The petitioner joined in the said school. The petitioner joined the said school on 3rd February 2017. The petitioner has been confirmed in the service. Stop. The petitioner has to travel 202 kilometers on daily basis for attending the school. The petitioner, the school where the petitioner is posted as surplus teacher.
Surplus teacher.
Surplus teacher.
21 students and
On which date you have made? On 5th September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before page number
19. Before the secretary, West Bengal.
before the secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education,
Respondent number four.
seeking transfer, stop. However, the same is still pending consideration. Hence, this writ petition. Bagita korna bena? Bagita same. 8 weeks. They will consider after from the date of communication. 8 weeks.
Sir, it 27. এগুলো কি ছেলে খেলা হচ্ছে নাকি? হ্যাঁ,
সেলফ মেডিকেল
ছেলে খেলা হচ্ছে।
মালদা টু হুগলি
নাকি আবার
my application page 23 madam.
yes
Malda to Hooghly, my application page 23.
মালদা টু হুগলি কপি নেই রে আমার কাছে। এই দিয়েছি এই তো, তো এটা কপি দিয়েছি। কি নাম আছে এটা? এটা আলাদা।
Malda to Hooghly. Self medical. My
copy has not been served.
Yes, already sir.
Copy has been served, but
You are not carrying that.
Page 23 my application.
23.
Puneet.
Same from Malda to Hooghly.
Malda to Hooghly.
You are for?
I am for the Hooghly lordship.
Lordship, I am for the
Self medical.
Self medical.
No, আঠাশটা কি নাম? আঠাশটা লিখে দে।
The petition contains the same হবে.
এটা কি নাম?
Petition contains that he is an assistant teacher. She nahi dekhi. He is an assistant teacher of Nutun Nagaria MGD Primary School, the post Nagaria district Malda. The petitioner joined the said school on 19th July 2021.
লিখটা লিখে রাখ। সাতাশটা লিখছি। লিখতে যাও, 28 লিখতে যাও, সব লিখে দে।
The appointment of the petitioner has been duly approved. The petitioners home is situated about 247 kilometers away from her present place of posting. The petitioner is presently staying in a rented accommodation to attend her school. Talk. The petitioner is suffering from several gynecological diseases, including uterine small fibroid and PCOD.
কথা বললে?
হ্যাঁ বলে থেকে কি বলে PCOD করে pelvic inflammatory disease করে PCOD টা কেটে দিন on 4th August 2025 the petitioner made a representation before the Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer of the same medical examination. Secretary is respond number 4. Medical examination goes. Liberty is granted to respond number 4 to seek for medical examination prior to consideration of the lordship. Yes. Yes. It is.
20 for the Uttar Dinajpur lordship.
Jail transfer my lord, distance down. Howrah to Hooghly.
DPSC.
DPSC
Who is appearing?
I am for the Hooghly lordship. Howrah Mr. Biswas.
Howrah to Hooghly. The petitioner, bucket same petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher of Hotikberia Primary School, Post Khalna District, Joynagar, Police Station, Joynagar District, Howrah.
কি নাম এটা?
The petitioner joined in the said school on 23rd August 2005.
ওটারই ব্রিফ নেই কোনো। 29 কেন লিখছিস? 28 আমার হাতে। এটা লিখে রাখ, লিস্ট থেকে সব লিখে দিয়েছি। এই এতে কত হচ্ছে? রায়দারগড়ে অরিজিনাল এটা হচ্ছে লেফট সাইড ধরে লিখে 3 না 4 হচ্ছে।
When did she join?
2003 is first joining. Then
What happened?
He's transferred and joined 2005.
Transferred which place?
Correct the 3 man.
Which place you have been transferred? You state that you have joined on 23rd August 2005.
Yes, my lord. Now, petitioner firstly joined Beria Primary School. Now he's working. And
No,
during his first
When did you join in this school? The same school. Twice you are joining. Why?
same school, no? Datpur Primary School, he joined first on 3rd August, 30th August 2003.
Oh,
Paragraph 3, my lord. Last portion.
দাঁতপুর প্রাইমারি নলপুর তারপরেরটা নেক্সট
which is the first school?
Datpur Primary School.
Hey, Ashok, if it contains that he initially joined as assistant teacher in Datpur Primary School on 21st August 2003.
Yes.
No, 30th August 2000. 30th August 2003.
নেত্রী ছিল সিপিএম এর।
Subsequently, she was transferred.
Yes.
Subsequently, she was transferred
Page 16.
to Photik Beria Primary School, Post Khalna, PS Joynagar, District Howrah. The petitioner
ভালো নেত্রী ছিল ভাই তিনি জয়েন করি 5 ট্রান্সফার
has to travel 67 kilometers to attend her school. The petitioner, this is on which ground?
Distance and surplus.
Service has been confirmed.
Yes.
The service of the petitioner. In which paragraph have you stated?
Paragraph 4, my lord.
না 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 হুগলিরও বললো কি নাম দারুণ লোক।
Why do you state that it is diligently discharging her functions?
আমাকে চেয়ারম্যান এসেছিল
সে দিন। কি বললাম?
বললো মামলা উঠেছি, 3 তারিখে আছে।
There is a surplus teacher in the said school. On 24th October 2025, the petitioner made a representation before respond number. Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary Education, respond number 4.
Respond number 4.
Seeking transfer, the same, however, the same is still pending.
হ্যাঁ বলা আছে
ওই মেডিকেল এক্সামিনেশনটা দেবেন না
সব কিছু
কেন হবে না
সব
ডিসপোজড অফ
কিছু জন্য সব সুবিধা দেওয়া আছে বলে দিচ্ছে আজকেই বলে দেবো আমি 1 মিনিট আছি তারপর ডিপিএসসি উত্তর দিনাজপুর নামটা লিখে দে
Transfer on said medical ground. I am seeking transfer from district Uttar Dinajpur to Bankura.
লিখে নিন
Uttar Dinajpur to Bankura. My transfer application on medical ground pending before the board secretary and which needs to be considered by the
Page 27 দাস সেক্রেটারি কোথাকার
secretary.
আচার্য প্রফুল্ল চন্দ্র সেক্রেটারি ওই মানে কি জান বলতে সেক্রেটারি আচার্য প্রফুল্ল চন্দ্র ভবনের সেক্রেটারি
এখন তো চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে অ্যাড্রেস
ভবনের সেক্রেটারি বোর্ডের সেক্রেটারি না
ও ঠিক আছে
সেক্রেটারি অফ হুইচ
সেক্রেটারি অফ আচার্য প্রফুল্ল চন্দ্র ভবন
they said it has
that is the office of the board
school teacher is writing
Liberty may be given to file a fresh representation before the if why not
no I have no objection but they are teachers lordship they are teaching the students
let it be considered. Let it.
affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken and
Hey,
the present petition the petitioner
এটা নাম দিতে হবে আবার
takes direction upon the respondent authorities to
নেক্সট কথা আছে
grant transfer from which district to which district?
From Uttar Dinajpur to Bankura.
Uttar Dinajpur to Bankura.
যদি এটা ডেটটা দিয়েছিস কবে দেখ 22 এপ্রিল নতুন চেম্বার ইনগ্রেশন
The petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher of Kumar Tore Free Primary School, Post Kumar Tore, Police Station, Horon Digi, District Uttar Dinajpur. Petitioner joined on 7th August 2021. The service of the petitioner has been confirmed. The petitioner is suffering from serious gynecological disorder, including polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Howrah to
On
Howrah, Uttar Dinajpur to Howrah.
22nd January 2025, the petitioner made a representation seeking before the Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer, however, the same is NC street petition. Two. Baki the same. Medical examination and liberty theory.
Grateful.
I
for the status.
am for the petition. My lord, inter-district transfer from Purbo Bardhaman to Murshidabad.
Purbo Bardhaman to Murshidabad.
Spouse medical ground. On spouse medical ground, representation, my lord, page.
No, my lord, initially he has applied for the distance ground. His spouse is, my lord, he is saying the gynecological problem. But he primarily, as a distance ground, he made the application for transfer, inter-district transfer.
Then it is within 5 years.
Yes.
Within 5. My lord, my representation, it is stated. আমার স্ত্রী দীর্ঘ যাবৎ গাইনোকোলজিক্যাল ডিসঅর্ডারের সমস্যায় ভুগছে। On spouse medical ground, I have applied. Page number 35.
Okay. Did it come up for hearing on any other day? Previously,
No.
This was taken up by this court. Previously, this was
First time.
This is the first two.
pencil দাগ দিচ্ছি। দাগ কে দিল পিটিশনের? পিটিশনে দাগ কে দিয়েছে পেন্সিল? আমি তো দিলাম, বলছে হিয়ারিং হয়নি।
পেন্সিলে মার্ক করেছে।
You are sure, sir?
Yes, my lord.
If this application was moved before this court by any other advocate?
No. This is first time.
First time? তো আমারই দেওয়া দাগ দেখছি। 28 নম্বর 18-12। হ্যাঁ, ওটা নট টুডে হয়ে গেছে। হতে পারে। চলো, affidavit of service filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. The petitioner contains that he seeks for transfer from which district to which district?
From Purbo Bardhaman to Murshidabad.
Purbo Bardhaman to Murshidabad. The petitioner contains that the petitioner is an assistant teacher of Billogram Chompadi School under Ausgram 1 Circle, District Purbo Bardhaman. The petitioner joined the said school on 24th July 2021.
July 2021.
23rd or
24th July.
24th.
24th.
The petitioner
Confirmation, my lord, page 21.
The petitioner has been confirmed in service
24th July 2023.
with effect from 24th July 2023. The petitioner is suffering from, petitioner's wife is suffering from various gynecological problems. The petitioner has to travel 200 kilometers to attend his place of residence, a place of posting or school, to attend his school. Travel টা কেটে বলুন যে it is 200 kilometers away from the travel টাই কেটে দিন petitioners place of school is situated 200 kilometers away from his residence. And the petitioner is residing in a rented accommodation on 28th August 2025. The petitioner made a representation before Secretary West Bengal. Respond number 4. Medical examination. Wife here too.
Grateful minus.
Deeply obliged. Huh?
For the DPSC Murshidabad, my lord.
Self medical, my lord. Inter-district Murshidabad to Birbhum, my lord. My application page
For DPSC,
21.
For the first state.
My application page 21, my lord. Murshidabad to Birbhum. Self medical.
Murshidabad to Birbhum. Same. It is in a content that she is an assistant teacher of 45 Muni Barutia Primary School, Post Nazirpur, PS Mohishgram, District Murshidabad. Murshidabad, who is for the petitioner joined the said school on
19th February, my lord.
19th February.
19th February 2021. The appointment of the petitioner has been approved. The petitioners
1st April 2024.
effect from PS 16 loss.
petitioner has to travel 108 kilometers per day to attend her school. Petitioner is suffering from various gynecological problems. On 26th September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before
Respond number 4.
Respond number
4.
1.
Where is the page number?
My application 21 page.
Page 21 written.
And except P5.
Before the secretary, respond number 2. Before the secretary,
Respond number 4 loss.
respond number 4, Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer. However, the same has not been considered as yet, hence this writ petition. Baki the same medical examination থাকবে. Medical examination clause তো থাকবে.
আপনাদের statement.
Inter-district transfer from Bankura to Murshidabad. Initial joint 2005. Subsequently, administrative transfer 2020. Present school joint 5 years completed. Presently, I am a victim of a crime. I am subjected by mental cruelty by my husband. I want to return back my near my maternal home. That is why transfer application made. Page 18 is my transfer application. It is categorically stated. Now I am subjected to mental and physical torture by my husband. Accordingly, I want to shift from Bankura to Murshidabad. It is almost a distance ground transfer, general ground transfer.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary. Will this come under special ground?
No, not. Since there is no specific case, it is only distance ground transfer. But it is any other ground. any other ground scope is enlarged, my lord, other than my lord special ground, all are any other ground.
So how the
Any other ground. No.
that is what you have stated, but this cannot be inquired into by the board. Your matrimonial dispute.
That should be considered. It's a distance ground. My lord, it is a general ground transfer application. General ground transfer parameter is laid down by the law. General ground. It should be considered in accordance with general ground. But there is two: special ground and general ground. It is category in the general ground, not special.
The affidavit service filed by the petition is taken on record. From which place to which place?
My lord,
From which district to which?
my lord, from Bankura to Murshidabad.
Calcutta to Murshidabad. Petitioner contains that she is an assistant teacher
My lord, Shushunia High Attached Primary School.
Susunia. কোথায় গেল? Susunia High
Attached Primary School.
Attached Primary School.
Shushunia Bankura.
Susunia District Bankura. The petitioner joined in the school, state school on
My lord. On my lord, 2020, my lord,
27th July 2000.
October 12th October 2020.
He joined in 79 Tigdarpur Primary School.
Yes, my lord, initial 2020 2005. Subsequently,
Petitioner contains that she initially joined in 79 Tigdarpur Primary School, Dhulian on 27 July 2005. Subsequently, the petitioner was transferred to Susunia High Attached Primary School, Susunia Bankura, where she joined on 12th October 2020. The petitioner seeks general transfer on which ground? Ground of distance.
My lord, distance and my lord, other grounds, my lord, kindly observe it in the since there is a representation, it has been categorized.
No. This should not get into the board, cannot get into all this that whether he will.
Distance, my lord. My lord, your lordship may record it in basis of my submission. Kindly record my submission. That may suffice.
If you have a matrimonial dispute, what the board is to do with that?
Distance, my lord, record to distance.
কি বললাম? On distance ground. Advocate for the petitioner.
Murshidabad not
The petitioner made a representation on 30th October 2025.
I বলে দিচ্ছি।
বাকিটা same. না।
My lord, may I only one indulgence, my lord, may I add the party respondent as Murshidabad DPC since my learned friend is here, I shall add.
On the prayer of learned advocate for the petitioner, leave is granted to implead District Primary School Council, Murshidabad.
I'm extremely grateful.
As added respond number?
Added respondent number because added respondent number 8.
8.
Great.
My lord, I am for the petitioner.
And for the state, my lord.
And I am for the DPS.
My lord, inter-district transfer, South 24 programs to Nodia. On self and as well as spouse medical ground and distance. My lord, representation.
Page 29, my lord.
Page 20.
Petitioner contains that he is an assistant teacher of Konkondigi Gumermir FP Primary School, comma, under Mathurapur East Circle, District South 24 Parganas. The petitioner joined in the said school on 19 July 2021. The service of the petitioner has been confirmed. The petitioner residence is about 202 kilometers away from his present school. The petitioner is suffering from heart disease and other physical ailments. The wife of the petitioner is also suffering from gynecological problems. On 24th September 2025, the petitioner made a representation before respondent number 4, secretary. Seeking transfer of the same has not been considered, hence this the writ petition back to send medical liberty for medical examination of the petitioner, if so required, prior to consideration of writ petition. Disposed of.
Grateful, my.
Grateful, my lord. আমাকে দিয়েছে? 34, my lord. I'm for the petitioner, my lord. Presentation is 36, my lord. Inter-district transfer, my lord. Distance round, ups and downs, 86 kilometers.
Intra.
From which district to which district?
My lord, intra. She is
Inter-district transfer.
intra within district.
Within the district.
Oh.
Malda. Malda to.
Affidavit of service. The petitioner, by the present petition, the petitioner seeks direction upon the respondent authorities to grant transfer to a school nearby her residence. The petitioner contends that upon consideration of representation dated 27 January 2025, petitioner contends that she is an assistant teacher of Gajol Girls Primary School under Gajol Circle, District Malda. The petitioner joined in the said school on 5th October 2021. The petitioner was confirmed in service on and from 5th October 2023. The petitioner has to travel 86 kilometers up and down to attend the school. There are surplus teachers in the school. 5 years have not been completed, no? How you will seek on the ground of distance?
Let my that portion that as it is not 5 years, let it be my lord recorded and let it be considered by the in accordance with. Yes, my lord has rightly pointed.
But the division bench has held, if it is a medical ground, then it can be within 5 years, but
Yes, my lord,
distance ground,
it
this
has
cannot be
passed several.
considered. Dismiss the writ petition. Let 5 years be completed, then you come before the court.
পাঁচ বছর হয়নি যেন কিছু উঠে করলে হোক
In other matters, my lord, as there is a decision cited by that, my lord, that authority should take a decision. They should not keep the matter pending. As in the some of the previous matter, my lord had quoted that decision. My lord, I am leaving to your lordship. If it is, let this point be, my lord, recorded that I have taken the point that it has not been completed. Let it be decided by.
I'll consider your point.
Yes.
Court
Yes,
will
my lord, had
dismiss the
considered entirety, consider and relegated the matter to the authority.
Let him complete that 5 years.
Yes, yes. That I mean.
Ms. Swansol, an advocate for the petitioner, submit that the matter may be relegated to the appropriate authority. ওটা বললাম যে অমুক দিনে এ করেছে হ্যাঁ the petitioner made a representation on 27th January 2025 seeking transfer. However, the same has not been considered, hence this writ petition. Ms. Swansol, an advocate for the petitioner, submits that the matter be relegated to the appropriate authority for due consideration. Mr. Abhishek Prasad, learned advocate for the DPSC Malda, submits that the petitioner has not yet completed 5 years of service, and as such the prayer cannot be considered. In view of the amended provisions of Rule 4B of the West Bengal
Transfer.
West Bengal.
Yes, my lord, it is 2002 rules and amended in 2021.
West Bengal Primary Education within bracket transfer of teachers including head teachers rules 2002 as amended on 13 September 2021. Hereinafter referred to as rules 2002. Rules, in order to examine the issue, it would be apposite to reproduce the amended provisions of Rule 4B as follows.
Liberty to the 5 years completed and
Withdraw. Stated. Learned advocate for the petitioner seeks to withdraw this application. Affidavit to that. Taরপরে withdraw application with withdrawn as dismissed as withdrawn. Mr. Prasad's submission to থাকবে. At this stage, learned advocate for the petitioner seeks to withdraw this application. Cause of action will change after 5 years. So liberty is not required. You are not coming within 5 years now. You don't need. না ও শুধু সাবমিশনটা নোট করবেন যে 4B of that rule যে 5 years এর মধ্যে আসতে হবে at this stage C6 for
35, my lord, and for the petitioner, my lord. My lord, application made on page 35, my lord. Distance ups and down, my lord, 76 kilometers. And here has a
distance ground. Inter.
Distance, my lord, here the medical ground has been also taken. বিভিন্ন শারীরিক অসুস্থতার মধ্যে দিয়ে যেতে ব্যাঙ্গালোরে সন্তান মানে ওয়ার্ড
Which district?
My lord, it is Malda, intra.
Intra.
Send down 76.
By affidavit service filed on behalf of the petitioner taken on record by the present writ petition, the petitioner seeks for its direction upon the respondent authorities to grant transfer to a school nearby her residence. The petitioner contends that he is an assistant teacher of which school?
My lord,
Ordo Hill Primary School, Malda, under Gajol North Circle. The petitioner joined the said school on 14 February 2017.
2017.
The service of the petitioner has been confirmed with effect from 14 February 2019. The petitioner has a minor child. Who is suffering from interarterial septal defect. And has to be treated at Nimhans Hospital, Bengaluru and St. John's Medical College and Hospital. The petitioner has to travel 76 kilometers up and down in order to attend her school on when did you make your representation?
My lord,
35.
You have not stated?
18th of August 2024.
You have not stated in your representation. On 18th August 2025, the petitioner made a representation before respondent number.
The respondent number.
Respondent number 3, Chairman, District Primary School Council, Malda, seeking transfer. However, the same has not been considered as in hence the state petition. Consideration. Disposed of. No.
জানি আছি তো ছবি এটা কোনটা গেল
36 my lord, I am for the petitioner spouse medical my lord, Malda to Bankura. My application page 28 my lord.
সার্ভিস কমপ্লিটেড
Respondent number 4 consider
এটা ইন্টার তো
inter district. Malda to Bankura. My application page 28.
File for consideration.
20.
That 2021, my lord, petitioner appointment.
Affidavit of the filed on behalf of the petitioner is taken on record. Inter-district from which place to which place?
My lord, Malda to Bankura.
Malda to Bankura. Contains that.
Spouse medical.
Petitioner is an assistant teacher of ATSAIA Jogitola Primary School, Post Uttar Chandipur, District Malda. The petitioner joined the said school on 19 July 2021. The appointment of the petitioner has been duly approved. The petitioner's home is situated about 349 kilometers from his present school. The petitioner's wife is suffering from severe gynecological problems, including chronic polycystic ovarian disease with bulky uterus. On
20th November 2025.
28th November 2025, the petitioner made a representation before
Respondent number 5.
Respond number 5.
Four.
Four.
Secretary.
Where is the representation?
Page 28.
Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary 4.
Four. Respond number 4. Consider.
Wife. Medical examination point থাকবে না।
নাম কোনো আর্টিকেল আরেকটা আরেকটা
I am for the petition.
উত্তর দিনাজপুর
Inter-district transfer.
উত্তর দিনাজপুর
Uttar Dinajpur to Howrah, my lord.
নামটা দিয়ে দিন এই তো
On self-medical ground, my lord, representation page 30. And also, DPSC chairman of Uttar Dinajpur also forwarded the name of petitioner to the secretary. Kindly see, my lord, page 33. And relevant page 34. Serial number 15, Nikat Parvin.
Affidavit service. Petition contains that he is an assistant teacher of Dokhin Gachinagar FT School under Goalpokhor Circle, District Uttar Dinajpur.
নেক্সট কি নাম আছে
The petitioner joined the said school on 6th May 2021.
এই তো এটা
The petitioner service has been confirmed
করে দেবো
with effect from 6th May 2023. The petitioner after marriage is staying in the district of Howrah, which is 466 kilometers away from her present place of posting. Petitioner his বললাম না her বললাম her বলে The petitioner is suffering from various gynecological problems. On 6th January 2025, the petitioner made a representation before the respondent number 4, Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary Education, seeking transfer. However, the same is still pending consideration, hence this writ petition. We have not stated anything of this letter of the DPSC. Mr. Principal and advocate for the petition submits that the matter be relegated to the appropriate authority for due consideration. He also indicates that the name of the petitioner has already been forwarded to the Secretary West Bengal Board of Primary Education by the Chairman District Primary School Council Uttar Dinajpur on 22nd May 2025 for inter-district transfer. Mr. Ratul Biswas, learned advocate for the petitioner, submits that
My lord.
for the board, sorry. Board. Submits that the secretary, respond number 4, be directed to consider the representation of the petitioner as well as the recommendation made by the chairman, DPSC Uttar Dinajpur. Dispose of.
বের করে আসো পটটা করে দিই বল 38টা করে দাও
30 almost same. Uttar Dinajpur to Murshidabad.
Next.
But before rising, item number 99 and 111. This is interim order expired. 31st January, my lord. Interim order will expire 31st January. My lord.
Hmm.
Item number 9. Let it be acted.
So what prevented you to mention in the morning? Throughout the day I will take mentioning. You are not aware that it will expire on 31st.
Yes, my lord, I am
Then?
know that. My lord, as it is appearing in the list, I thought, my lord, I think.
99 will reach today.
99, my lord. Kindly, my lord.
How do you
let it be,
assume that?
as it is a transfer matter, my lord, I.
Mentioned. If you change the track, then everybody will come in the 4:30.
It's my mistake.
Then I'll shift it to 4:30 mentioning out. From 4 to 4:30 will be the mentioning time. No morning mentioning.
It's my mistake, my lord. Okay.
আমাদের তখন 38
কালকে দাও
99
আরে
and
এক্সটেনশনে একটা আছে না 99 and
and triple one, 111.
ট্রান্সফার কেন এক্সটেনশন
বলেছি তো
Yes,
ইউ আর ক্যারিং দি অর্ডার
order is not with me, my lord. Your lordship granted.
দেখো তো
খরচটা হয়ে গেলে ভালো
ট্রিপল 216
Initially, interim order granted
হ্যাঁ
by
পাবো
coordinate bench. Thereafter,
আমি
your
তো
lordship
ফান্ডই নেই বলছি
granted
ডিপিএস কন্টিনজেন্সি ফান্ডও টাকা নেই না 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 ছেড়ে দাও। না আর তো দেখে গেছে কি দরকার আছে আমার না 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 আমি কেন খারাপ হবো
ওই হলে হবে দেখতে হবে না এন্ড অফ জানুয়ারি ঠিক আছে
ওই অর্ডার পেয়ে
ঠিক আছে নেক্সট দিন কিছু করতে হবে একটা 101
111.
111 তুমি প্রিন্ট দিতে হবে না এমনি দাও না ওটা দেখতে পাবো তো দেখি লাস্ট জানুয়ারি কালকে দিয়ে দেবো টেক্সট